Hey, ladies. Good morning. And happy Women's Month to you. All right. Woo! And so that's for the ladies who are here in person, as well as those who are joining us in person, the virtual audience. Good morning to you, ladies, and happy Women's Month to you. Hey, fellas. Hey, fellas. Yeah. We see you too. Good morning. I mean, this thing is about gender parity, right? It's not us and them. So good morning. Good morning to you too. My name is Fifi. In fact, wait, I'm seeing so many familiar faces in this room, and it's actually really cool. I'm really happy to be spending my Saturday with people that I know, but I'm also seeing a whole lot of unfamiliar faces, and I'm really happy to be meeting you too. And my name is Fifi, for those of you who haven't yet met me, and I'd like to officially welcome you all to the 5th JSE SheInvests. Oh, so question, how many of you are attending the JSE SheInvests for the first time? Sure, quite a lot of us. Me too. And so today's program actually promises to be really special because it's the first in-person event to take place since the pandemic, but not ignoring the teachings that we have learned through the pandemic, where we can leverage all platforms, and therefore we have our virtual audience joining us as well. So short story, when I was getting ready to come here, I thought to myself, let me get my makeup done. Let me show up for the ladies in the room. Yeah. And so my makeup artist, Lesejo, asked me where I was going. So I said, no, I'm going to a Women's Day event at the JSE. And she's like, oh, another Women's Day. And I'm like, but what do you mean? It's our month. And she's like, but yeah, it is our month, but nothing changes after. It's smokes and mirrors, she said. And I'm like, she has a point. Not entirely though, because there has been change. There has been progress. A lot more women are in top jobs. A lot more women are getting opportunities. But there's a lot of room for improvement, right? And especially in the area of pay. So apparently we are still paid around 30% less or so than men for doing the same thing. And the World Economic Forum actually says that it will take around 100 years for that to change. I know. So we won't be alive. Probably your children won't be alive if we wait for the corporate sector, for society to wake up and smell the coffee and do the right thing. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not patient. In fact, I've got a tattoo, "Be patient," on my foot, a waste of ink because I'm not patient. But so we either wait or we take our future in our own hands and we see how we can close the gap by ourselves. And use platforms like the platform where we are here right now, the stock market, the JSE, the biggest stock market in Africa, one of the, I think, one of the top 20 rated stock markets in the world. So we use platforms like this where people trade and invest and earn interest on interest over time. And a platform where money never sleeps, right? We have heard that saying, money never sleeps. And it doesn't on the market, because when South Africa sleeps, America is still open, America goes down, Asia says what's up, Europe, and the story goes on. But apparently, okay, I don't know about the ladies in the room, but I've got some areas of confidence that need a bit of strengthening, you know. And apparently one of the areas that we are not confident in as women is in investing in the stock market, right? And apparently, even though we actually are pretty good at it. We doubt our own selves, and which is why we're not taking advantage of it as much as we should. I was told that there is a 14-year-old today here who registered by herself and came here by herself. Can she stand? What's your name? What's your name? Mbali. Mbali, yeah. Shout out to you. Thank you. So when I heard that, I thought to myself, us more seasoned folk, and I won't say older, if a 14-year-old can have the confidence to come here, learn and to do, then what stops us, right? Yeah. So that's what everything is about today. It's about learning, starting our investment journey, learning from a whole host of amazing, fantastic speakers across industries and across sectors who will be sharing their knowledge, their experience on how to build financial wealth and how to grow your financial wealth, on how to trade on the stock market, practical ways to trade, the stock picks for 2020, what's hot, what's not, everything that you need to know about cryptocurrencies and really practical ways to get started. So I'm looking forward to that. So I think we also know that the saying that time is money, and the JSE knows that also very well. And so they appreciate your time on a weekend, and they want to reward you for your time this weekend. And there'll be a whole lot of prizes. So I wish they had empowered me to be like Oprah and say, you get a prize and you get a prize and everybody gets a prize. Maybe next year, maybe that's something that can work on next year, but there's going to be a whole host of prizes for people who engage with the exhibitors. So during the breaks, please do the walk around. There's a whole number of exhibitors out there who just really want to share and pour into your financial cup. I think Satrix is here, EFT South Africa is here, AfriFocus is here, Standard Bank Securities is here, quite a number, One Vest is here, and my girl, because she's not here right now. I think she's getting ready for you. But my girl Samkem Tlongo is also here. She's a financial planner. She's really cool in financial stuff, practical stuff, and an author. And she has her ring fence stand out there. So please also make sure you do visit and engage with the exhibitors, because doing so will stand you the chance of winning a prize in the lucky draw. And that goes to the online audience as well. There are virtual booths on the Flock platform that you are on. Do engage with the virtual exhibitors, and also don't miss out on the prizes. I'm told that they're really nice. Also, did you guys see the kudu horn? Maybe during the break, there's going to be I shouldn't announce this, but please don't go flocking to the kudu horn. But during the break, there's going to be a prize for the first person who tweets with the kudu horn. Social media, but don't go. Can't make this a soccer stadium. And also, I think something that we can all engage in. There's going to be a prize for the person with the most social media engagement. I know the socials on the weekend. There's a whole lot that happens. There's a lot of entertainment, I do know, but I also know that there's a saying, give the people what they want. But there's also the saying that give the people what they need. So let's add some infotainment to the social streets today, and there'll be a whole lot of prizes for people who are the most active engager. The hashtag that you need to be using is JSE SheInvests 2022. That's JSE SheInvests 2022. Just lastly, the entire event and the program is being recorded. You can see the whole host of cameras in the room. The recording will be posted on the social platforms of the JSE and other promotional platforms after. I hope that you're all okay with that. I'm okay with that. I think this is a nice event to be associated with. Shine. So with that said, I'd like to call up the very first speaker for today, because I've outspoken my time at this stage. There's a lady who has been around the corporate block, having worked in fast moving consumer goods sector, having worked for big companies like Old Mutual and MMI. She is currently the marketing and corporate affairs director of the JSE. Her name is Vuyo. and I'd like to welcome her on stage. And please welcome, or please help me do so by giving her a warm applause.
Thank you very much, Fifi, for the awesome introduction. Good morning, fearless ladies. It's really wonderful to be here today, and I'd like to welcome you all to the 5th JSE SheInvests conference. As Fifi said, my name is Vuyo. I am the marketing director here at the JSE, and I'm really excited to be here. This is my second SheInvests. The first one last year was virtually, so I didn't get to get the whole experience. So I'm really excited to be here. This is our first hybrid since the COVID lockdown. So I'm really delighted that there's hundreds of people who are actually joining us today, not only in this room, but also online. So I just want to say a special hello to everybody who's online. Please do stay tuned. There's a lot of exciting things that are going to happen. You don't need to get FOMO just because you're not here. It's equally exciting online as it is here. So really thank you for joining us to the people online. Fifi, just like you, I don't know if Fifi is, I'm really excited about today's lineup. We've got a lineup of very exceptional speakers, and they've got a lot to share about investment opportunities, but also the lessons you as a woman need to take charge of your investment journey so that you can achieve your financial independence. I think if there's one thing I want to teach my girls, it's financial independence, and it has to start with me as a woman. I have to start by knowing what are the tools I can actually take there. And I do hope when we walk away from here, it's not smokes and mirrors. It's really, really tangible things you can take away and say, I'll just make that one change in my financial decision making to really help me get to that space where I can take on my finances with confidence. So our aim today is to be inspiring but entertaining, educational but still worthy of your Saturday. I don't know how many of you woke up this morning and said, what was I doing? No. Where was I going? I'm a liker of things, you know? I was one of the people, I must admit, this morning I was like, I could have delegated this, you know? But at the end of the day, we really want this to be worthy of your Saturday. And to this end, we've really assembled pathfinders who will help you navigating this sometimes muddy world called finances. So with that, I'm not going to say any much further, just a reminder that please do participate, do go and visit the stalls. To all the people who are online, you can visit the stalls on Flock online. There are prizes, as Fifi said. Fifi, you've actually given away my entire, you've taken out my entire job. So I'm not even going to repeat any of this thing here, but except to say, remember to use the hashtag JSE SheInvests 2022 so that we can track the conversation online. There are definitely some really, really good prizes. I guess for my side, on a serious note, it is Women's Month, and it is a time for us just to take stock and remember where we are. And yes, we've made some progress, but there is a long road ahead for us to address some of the issues. And you know, I was making a speech at a school about 2 weeks ago. I was talking to 700 girls, and I was saying, you know, at this point in time, girls, you don't need the blessers. You really don't need the blessers. You can bless yourselves, and bless yourself with knowledge. But also bless yourself with just the spirit of independence. You say, I can do this myself. You know, I really don't need any validation beyond the belief in myself. And it's in the same way, I think we are aware that many women in South Africa, but also in the world, are victims of financial abuse, and they find themselves in a situation where they feel they do not have any other option, and that opens themselves to other forms of abuse. So this is really for us to say, as a JSE, we want to give you some of the knowledge just to break those shackles of abuse, and hope that the freedom and the long road to freedom starts today. So that's why we want to provide some practical solutions, just to make sure that, you know, we attained that economic freedom. And that's why the JSE SheInvests platform is such an empowering platform. We really do believe in it. We've been doing it for 5 years. You know, some people have come back to us and they said they've made some really big life decisions based on what they've heard here. So I hope that, whether you're here for the first time or you are here for the fourth time, there's a little bit of something for everybody. On that note, I'd just like to thank everybody for being here. Our exhibitors, without them, we wouldn't be here. So just, a little bit of a marketing spiel here. Thank you, AfriFocus Securities, SBG Securities, One Invest, Cetrix, Easy Equities, ETF SA, Women in ETFs, and JSE Investor Services. The beautiful thing about what I'm reading here is most of these organizations are being led by beautifully dynamic, smart women. It's really awesome to have such partners with us as the JSE. And without much further ado, please do enjoy today's event. Don't run away. I do think it's really going to be an incredible day. And let's just fearlessly control our destiny, ladies. Enjoy your day.
Thanks, Vuyo. And as Vuyo said, it's about fearlessly owning the markets. And while we're not going to slay for blessers, let's slay for ourselves and let's slay these markets, right? Yeah, don't stop slaying. So our next speaker is actually doing just that in her own world. She popped up on my LinkedIn timeline, and I'm like, who's this stunning lady who's taken sexy to farming? She didn't take it back to farming because I don't think many people associate sexy and farming and women and killing it in one sentence. She took it to, like, yay, Mogel. We're going to hear from her right now, and she's going to tell us exactly her journey, her story in conquering her market and doing so fearlessly. She is an award-winning farmer. Entrepreneur. She's a speaker, a columnist, and she has a podcast. So with that said, ladies, let's invite Mbali Nwoko to the stage to come and share her journey on financial independence, owning her success, and the little bit of failures that may have been on that way as well. Mbali, please come through.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies. I hope you're doing well. It's a pleasure and an absolute honor to be sharing or spending the Saturday morning with you guys. In actual fact, as I was sitting at the back there, I'm like, I'm so used to being around men. Damn, these women are intimidating, and I should be comfortable because I'm in my comfort zone, right? But quite frankly, it's an absolute pleasure to be seeing all of you. And I believe the girl that stood up, her name is Mbali. Shout out to you, Beetle, because you are investing in your own future, So as Fifi said, my name is Mbali Nwoko. I am the CEO and founder of Green Terrace, which is a commercial producing farm, sweet pepper producing farm based in Valdene in the east of Johannesburg. So I hope you guys know where that is. If not, Bronco spray, nah. Okay, but that's what I do. That's literally my 9 to 5. I've been farming for about 6 years now, and I supply to established retailers, wholesalers, and food processing companies across South Africa. Furthermore, I am the CEO of Okanya Farmer Development, which is a non-profit organization based in the Eastern Cape. We're managing 2,600 farmers producing grain at commercial levels in rural land across 5 districts in the Eastern Cape. So that role, I assumed it in the beginning of January, and it's been an absolute eye-opener, I suppose, just to understand the rural landscape and the challenges in which farmers experience in the rural areas. And then over and above that, I've been a monthly columnist for Farmers Weekly magazine, which has been around for more than a century. And I write about articles empowering and equipping startup farmers, people in the agribusiness who want to really propel their careers across the agricultural sector. So In addition to that, yes, I do have my own podcast called the Mbali Nwoko podcast, where we foster agricultural relationships. And the whole purpose of me starting my podcast was like, how do I extend the agri industry to a broader society, because we don't really discuss agri quite often in our small circles. And so it was a way of just getting my networks to talk about what it is that they do so that we can teach, educate, and empower others who want to learn about the agri industry. And over and above that, I'm also the host of the Private Property Farming podcast, which mostly, I think, puts new startup farmers on the map. So, yeah. So you may ask yourself, like, where does she find time to do all of these things? Quite frankly, the honest answer is I also don't know myself. I don't know. But I think what makes it quite rewarding is that I'm in an industry that I thoroughly love. And it's so hard for me to talk about agri without smiling, and this shows passion. I'm in an industry that I thoroughly love, and I absolutely enjoy what I do because every single day is a new opportunity to learn and grow. But, 6 years ago, I was a nobody in the agri industry, and I invested a lot of my time learning, understanding the markets, understanding the role players, the people that influence the markets and the industry. And I did that all on my own, right? And today, with all of that, I'm able to give back and make a significant contribution towards my sector. So I'm a first-generation farmer. And what that means is that nobody in my household has literally farmed. I remember when I told my dad that I'm leaving my other business to start farming, it's like, how? Ngihambisa ingane yami esikoleni kuyosebenza ehlathini. And what that translates to, I spend so much time and money educating my daughter, and then there she goes and works in a bush. So they didn't quite understand, but I'm fortunate to have parents that have supported me throughout the 6 years in my industry. So I'm a first generation farmer. The little that I knew about farming is when I went to visit family, a small kraal. But you know how we Zulus do, we just slaughter and we eat, we keep things going. I didn't know that this is a career, this is an industry that you can make a career out of, right? Run successful, thriving businesses. And so having been a first generation farmer, I had to put a lot of time and effort in investing in myself to make sure that I'm a success at the end of the day. So, and like I think any established industry, it's quite difficult to penetrate the markets. When I started out, it was very difficult to get support from input suppliers, technical expertise, access markets. When I would sell my peppers back then or green beans, people were like, but you're too pretty to be farming. You speak too well to be farming. What are you doing here? Stop wasting your time, But in essence, that propelled me to even want to work and push much more harder. Because simply, let's forgive the guys, gents. Yeah, maybe a farmer like myself, you just didn't see every single day. And maybe low-key, they were quite intimidated by me, But those are the type of feedbacks that I'll get in terms of, you're wasting your time in this industry. You'll give up within a season or two. But we're still standing strong. And so it was very difficult to penetrate the market. And I just learned very early in my career that, to be successful here is that you have to let the product do the talking. Doesn't matter how I look like, how I sound like, let the product, and in this case, my peppers, do the talking. And so what people don't really realize is that farming is highly competitive, extremely competitive. In this industry, you'll compete with multi-generational farmers, right? Who have established relationships for generations. Some of them have so much control and influence in how the markets go. And so having started out farming, I literally started with like 50,000 Rand, employed two people, and I was on 2 hectares. And I invested a lot of my own capital as in starting this business, right? And it enabled me to have skin in the game. I hope you know what that means. When you have skin in the game, nobody can sway you otherwise. It's your money. You decide where you invested, how you invested, and you take the learnings, the wins and the losses in equal amounts, and that's just how you empower yourself. And that's how I started farming, with just 50,000 Rand, and people think you need this lots of amount of money to really to start farming. And so it humbles me now that I really tried it out and learned and made a lot of mistakes, and gained a lot more experience for myself to understand how the markets work, so that I can have my own little influence in my own little world, in my own little farm, right? In a very big and very established industry in which I play in. And so I experienced it all, like financial losses. There were times where I'd buy like baby marrow seeds. They germinate after 4 days. You leave the farm, all is good. You come back the next day, everything's brown. 200,000 in loss. 200,000 in debt in just 24 hours. How do you start again? You have a very successful season. You're picking, you're harvesting. Like there's the 30 people on the field. Like, yeah, business is good. The next day, thunderstorms or heat wave, whatever the case is. Literally, I've experienced it all. But it's just, I guess this is what they say, farmers are resilient at the end of the day, right? Is how hard are you willing to pick yourselves up from challenges that you experience, whether you're in farming or any other business. And even if you're a professional person in corporate, there are some deep rooted challenges that you'll experience, and how do you pick yourself up and rise above those tides? And so it takes a great deal of patience to really rise above the tides when things go left. And what I feel is an important message to bring on to you ladies is that you have to have skin in the game in whatever it is you want to pursue in life. You have to be willing to take calculated risks to achieve your dreams and your goals, and experience the wins and the losses in equal amounts, because life is quite cyclical. Nothing is ever rosy. And so today we talk about financial freedom and owning your own markets. And just to share with you on how I owned my markets is by investing in myself, but more so having market intelligence, be intelligent enough, understand how the markets go. So to bring it in the context of agriculture is that, I'm a pepper farmer in Gauteng. The larger, more established generational farmers that produce peppers are either in the Northwest and in the Limpopo region. So when they are in season, I'm out of season. Then when I'm in season, they're out of season because of different climatic conditions. That is market intelligence. When you speak to your suppliers, get to know who else is supplying you peppers when I'm off season, right? And then instead of sitting in the off season, you go out and work and see which markets are they supplying to. You get a look at their crop, you understand and get to know which varieties are they selling. That is market intelligence. As much as it is a competitive industry, you have to analyze your markets. I supply to retail, and I ask them, at which time is best for me to supply you my peppers in a period where you guys know that this is where I need to be, or have to procure many peppers because this is the peak period or peak season. These are the conversations that you have to foster to understand the market. And I feel like once you're equipped and empowered mentally, having surveyed and analyzed the market, that's when you can go forth and start to own your market, right? And have some sort of market share in the industry in which you operate. And that's just basically how I've built my success. It's no secret formula. I literally invested in myself. And so at the rate at which I took time to research the industry, really determined the rate of my success in the agri industry. And so it's one way where people then start to respect you, as much as it's deep rooted in relationships, where people influence markets and etc. Once you enter into the rooms and the spaces and start supplying certain clients, that's how you also earn respect in the industry. Because at the end of the day, a retail buyer does not care whether this pepper was produced by a female or a man. They just care about the product being good. And that is why I also invested a lot of time, energy, capital, resources in perfecting my production processes, perfecting what goes behind the scenes, so that at the end of the day, you've got red, green, and yellow peppers that meet the spec. This is just buyer's jargon, just by the way, that meets the quality or the standards in which buyers want. And so this is how I think women, we could take control of our market. Men do this so easily and aggressively, even if when they don't know things, they'll never admit to you, I don't know, but they just say, I can. And I think for us, we always, take a step back. We are our own problem. Forget about other women not supporting you or supporting you. It just starts by yourself. We just tell ourselves that we really can't do it before even stepping out and doing something. So this is just how you own your own space, equip and empower yourself, and how you own markets in the way in which I've done. I'm still learning though. I'm still learning. And I think that's another key thing that we need to take, is that no matter at whichever level or stage you are in within your career, in your business, etc., you never really quite make it, because you might think, yes, I've made it here, but tomorrow there's another platform or another bar in which you need to reach. And that's just the funny thing about life, stay in your own lane and run your own race. And so markets will generally always push back, especially if you're new, unknown, unfamiliar, you're going into uncharted territories. But when you have your own skin in the game and invested in yourself, I think you're more equipped to really navigate across those tides and learn some key lessons. So as I end off my talk today, I just want to say that my message to every single one of you in this room is that don't be afraid to take risks, as cheesy as that might sound, but it's a different thing when you actually do it. I'm saying don't be afraid to take risks, I'm talking, but when you have to actually do it, it's a difficult thing, because your morals, your time, your belief systems, your emotions will be tested when you take risks. And also, when you do take risks, essentially you disrupt certain markets. You disrupt certain people, you disrupt certain systems, the way things were set out. And I think that's what we need, right? We need new things, innovation, growth, change, so that we can propel ourselves in the next level of wherever it is we're trying to go. And so whether you're starting or building a business, as an entrepreneur, as a professional in the corporate space, I think my message to you is that take pride in what you do and be authentic. And I'll always go back to having the skin in the game, but more so, nobody can bring what you bring to the table. With the amount of talents and strengths that you have, you own that. So I'm a farmer. Mbali can be a farmer in the next 10 years. We're both female farmers when you're looking at us, right? But she's got something that I don't. And I think that's one of my biggest takeaways, is that nobody will own your own talents and your own strengths and what you possess, but only you. So believe in that and make a success out of it. If all hell fails, come, let's farm. Let's slay together and I'll show you how. Thank you, guys.
That was fantastic. Mbali, please stay.
Oh, okay.
Because there's 10 minutes or so for you to ask Mbali any question that you might want to know. I'm so glad that there's a hand up, and I know that there's yay. All right.
Great.
I'm going to go with the lady who put the question up. So there's 10 minutes. So let's share amongst us. Let's keep it brief so that we can get enough of Mbali as we can.
Morning, everyone. My name is Itumeleng. For me, Mbali, listening to what you're saying, and thank you for coming.
It's a pleasure.
How did you maintain resilience when let's maybe now as a farmer, when climate changes come, but even generally, like how do you maintain resilience? That's my first question. And the second one is you speak about...
If there's time, I'll come back.
Okay.
Maintain resilience, okay?
So how I maintain resilience is just by understanding why is it I'm farming. I won't lie, there were times where I was like, I want to give this thing up, because it's just not working. I'm not seeing the return on my investment. Gunini, just plowing money into this thing, and it's not giving me or yielding me results. But I'm also competitive by nature. So another thing that also kept me going is like, nah, I can't let those gents, sorry guys, I can't let those guys win. I can't. Because if I fail, another Palesa tomorrow will be coming or somebody, and they'll be like, we've seen all of you. So in hindsight, that kind of kept me going because I'm like, I won't lose, you know. But little did I know that that was my fuel to really succeed. And when in situations where I found myself financially stressed, you know, you get to understand that you need to leverage that on relationships. So how I maintained my resilience through the tough times is through relationships. You know, you'll be surprised once you start speaking and sharing what you're going through. People are just genuinely willing to help. And that's what I love about the agri industry, because this perception out there is that farmers are very closed off. They don't want to help, but you'll be surprised when you just speak, someone will be like, oh, I've been there. Just do like this, or let me call this person. And that's how I've just really built myself up through the very difficult times. And obviously that's just allowed me to also get thick skin at the end of the day.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So know why you're doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
And stay fearless.
Yeah,
All right.
absolutely.
Okay. So, where are the mics? Oh,
Hi, I'm Nerushka Bowan. Firstly, I want to say you are definitely a woman that's inspiring all the women out here.
Thank you.
So hats out to you. You are operating in an extremely challenging market, you know, as a female business owner in an agricultural market. I just want to know, I'm very inspired by you, number one. I want to know, what is the skin in the game you talk about? What is this actual skin in the game? Because you mentioned it quite a lot, and I want to know what the skin in the game is, because it must be something like your kind of secret recipe. Operating in a patriarchal society.
Yeah. Simply put, you know, this term, we use it quite often in my industry. I think it's all the Buddha guys. You know, that's just like, you have to be
allowed
hard.
to say that?
Buddha means farm, farmer. So just by the way. So farmer, the gents. But skin of the game pretty much is being able to walk the walk and talk the talk. You know, if you say you can supply tomorrow, right? And supply tomorrow, add a little bit of extra and let the product do the talking. So walk the walk and talk the talk. Because no matter how someone might try to belittle you or close your business down, at the end of the day, your customers or suppliers still say, Like, I've had people who say, this girl does not farm. I've had people who've just wanted to meet me in person because they thought I was not real, you know? And they'll put it strategically to say, we want to meet you at your farm. And they thought I'm just posing or something like that. And when they come to my actual farm and like, you built all of this, that's skin in the game. Nobody can take that away from you.
So I can only take 2 more questions because I've got 4 more minutes. So we're going to go up there and we'll go to this lady. Thank you.
Well, Mbali, thank you so much for that insightful talk.
It's a pleasure.
I just wanted to find out, what are the practical steps that you actually took to gain market intel? Did you go for associations, separate bodies, newsletters? Because there's just so much information out there. So what were the practical steps that you took to gain that market intel?
Yeah, I'll make an example back to Ubito in the room. Mbali, you know, she's a young person. And when I got into the agri industry, like I said, I'm a first generation farmer, never been exposed to the agri industry before. So I'd really spend my Saturdays, well, any events, agri events, I'd really pay my ticket, travel and go sit there. You know, listen to the speakers, hear what they say or whatever the case, get to know the person sitting next to me, behind me, in front of me. Those small things. And then I'd go home having written down, go, okay, this person spoke about this is where they are. Go back, research them, send them an email if I had a specific question, you know, a specific question. I'd also, I'd break barriers. You know, people would say, how did you get into retail? That's so difficult. And I remember at one stage when I first started supplying my first retail client, was the CEO was in the room. He was a speaker at that event. After he spoke, he sat down, and at the break, I went directly to him and I told him what I do. He gave me his number, and literally I followed up. So investing in your own time, attending events, whether it might be boring or not. I also used to suss out really who is speaking at those events and what influence do they have, right? Over and above the research that I do. I'd also take note every time I drive from my house to the farm and back. I'd take notes of the trucks that are traveling. on the highway. You'd see XX Fresh or Fresh Supplies or this, that, food, whatever, And I just started to really, I think, absorb myself into the industry. Who are these people? Nobody had to tell me that I needed to do this, but it was just for me to want to understand and learn the industry. I traveled to the markets, understand from the buyers, who buys this, who buys that, where do they get it from? Oh, okay, really? So that's how I just slowly but surely just got into the industry, bought a lot of magazines. I mean, Farmers Weekly was one of them, was literally my Bible. I would learn from the farmer success stories that they write there, and I'd like, oh my gosh, he's been farming for 30 years, but he's still experiencing the same challenges that I am. So there's no perfect success to this thing, So now that's I've read books, events, and that's just how I pretty much equipped myself or empowered myself to really become a successful farmer at the end of the day.
All right.
Great. I think there was some on this side. I don't know.
There's a lady standing there, and are there questions aside there? Oh, there's so many. Oh dear. Yeah. And there was okay. So I'm gonna there's this lady in the blue who took her first, who had her hands raised first. I think you're gonna be around a bit during the tea break, and there'll be an opportunity for you to engage, Mbali, please. So we'll take 2 more questions. So the lady who has the mic and the last lady in the navy blue.
Okay. Mbali, your passion is inspirational.
Thank you.
My question to you is, what would be your advice or what's your take in reducing the input costs in your business? So, for example, beneficiation in a product like fertilizer. What would be your advice? Thanks.
Ooh, honey, you're talking my language. Shine to you. And why I say that is actually what I'm doing now, right? So obviously running a business, you have a team of people, okay? Make friends with your accountants. Don't just pay them a monthly retainer, but actually sit with them. And why I say that is because I sat with my accountants and I started to see, where am I spending a lot? Like I farm hydroponically, and I know to corporate people, hydroponic sounds fancy,
What does that
it's all
mean?
sustainable, etc. So hydroponic is farming without soil. That's pretty much it. And you hear, oh, this is how you farm sustainably. This is the future, combat climate change, all these big words. But at the end of the day, when you're at the farm tells a different story. And what I've seen is that farming hydroponically has been the most expensive operation that I've ever run. Fertilizer prices literally go up every single month and a half nowadays. In my early season last year of peppers, I used to spend about 14,000 Rand on fertilizers alone. Now it got to I think by already March, April, I was on 22,000 Rand of fertilizers alone. So this is where you see, geez, my costs have gone significantly up, right? Then there's load shedding. There's so many things, that are affecting my ability to produce at the end of the day. And maybe hydroponics sounds fancy in Europe because they have constant electricity. But right here, we kind of go back to basics. So how I bounce back from high input costs is, for this particular season, we're farming directly on the ground. Fortunately, I farm in greenhouse tunnels with automated irrigation. I've got a lot of high-tech systems on the farm. So let's make all of these things work together, and the soil is much more forgiving, right? Because even if load shedding goes off for about 4 hours, the soil is still moist. Whereas in a hydroponic production, you have to have water running every single hour. Or for some other people that are farming in PVC pipes, sorry, I know it's technical wording, those that are farming in PVC pipes who are not even using a medium and are just relying on water, that water must be going on and on and on and on and on. So these are the things that once you start having conversations with your accountants or even just your workers, and also it helps being a hands-on farmer. I preach this a lot, when you're hands-on, when you're physically there at the farm and seeing the different changes in your crops season after season, in the morning, in the afternoon, the farm tells you a story. And this is where you see maybe I need to cut down here, maybe I need to change. And that's a fun thing about farming. What worked yesterday might not work tomorrow. And so you have to keep equipping yourself, and also having a team of experts like your input suppliers, the people that you buy fertilizers or seeds from, or biological products from. They will tell you, this would work best at this time, because they invest a lot of energy and resources in investing in themselves, doing trials and research that could benefit you at the end of the day to make key decisions for your business.
Okay. Last question, ma'am.
Lady.
Hi, I'm Chisikawe. I'm very inspired. You sort of like make one doubt the career they're in right now. So my question is, if one is to go into farming and you had to give them like a snapshot of advice, so basically one is not sure what crop they need to go into, whether it's crop, animal, location, funding, land, how would one decide to say, today I need to go into farming, but I'm not sure where to go? Where do I start?
So start by doing research, okay? Whatever it is, whether you want to do crops, maize, cows, chickens, just research, okay? Now that I know, before you spend a single dime, just visit some farms, some farmers, read a lot, okay? Just invest in that, and you start to pick a trend in whatever articles you read, whatever podcast you hear, events, if there's farmers on the platform or the panel, you'll start to pick a trend of a certain story, the challenges, the successes, the growth, the barriers, whatever it is. You could take that and then go back home and sit down and say, okay, if I've got land, ekaya, bread somewhere, it's 2 hectares. That one said this one, okay, maybe I'm going to start it like this, okay? And then from that research, then you start with whatever it is you have. Even if it's 10 Rand, even if it's 10,000 or 100,000, you start with whatever you have. And whatever you have could be a half a hectare of land with just water. Trial in a small space, make it work, sell something to your neighbors and so forth. Then they will start telling you how they want the product, etc., and it's just small steps that will end up being giant steps. So you might start on half a hectare today, tomorrow you might be on 10 hectares. Furthermore as well, again, like I said, invest time in learning. But physically, whether it's on a farm, whether it's in an event, just spend a lot of time also learning. And then I think what's important to also know that we're talking about investments and money, whatever the case is. Today you might be reading that, oh my gosh, there's so much funding out there, especially for women, because I'm black and I'm woman and I'm youth and no. The story is very different when you're out there, because people say apply. Then it's all these compliance documents. Then it's like, oh yes, you have land, but you don't have the experience. How sure must I, why should I give you $1 million? I should rather give that on Mbali, who's now been farming for 6 years. But you're like, but I have the land. I've got the title deed. I've got the water. I've got the crop. I've got the market. I've got the clients, but because so in this game, they'll always find a loophole where they just say no. So in skin in the game, I started with 50,000 Rand, and I'm not lying. Paid 2 people, hired 2 people on a 2 hectare, and I had to really portion that 50K with, okay, I'm a seeds, this is fertilizer, etc. And also, please don't also rush to be in the formalized markets, because the formalized markets will eat into your profit margins quite quick. So, guys, I used to sell to Abamkosi, and I used to make 30,000 Rand cash on a single month, just from Abamkosi. And so don't disregard the informal market as well, because the informal market also dictates, because Mobega Elokshini as well, some people prefer to buy from Uma Maria than ex-retailer, because they know that Uma Maria's produce, she sourced it today, it's fresh. So that is another market as well. So when you're starting out farming, research, have your own little capital, no matter how small that is, use your own resources. I started farming by leasing land. Today I own my land, So yeah, stay in that lane and be focused, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mbali, thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And I think Mbali is a practical example that we can own the land with compensation. Guys, just an announcement. There is somebody who dropped their ticket, and you're going to need it for the draw. So Mkuseli Nkozana, is she here? Oh my God, fella, sorry. But can you stand? So he's here. So can we give him his ticket? All right. So moving on to the next speaker. Wow. Okay, this program is a lot more lit than I think we all thought when we were setting out the times. So we're talking about what's hot and what's not in the market. what to invest in, what to not invest in. Quick question, how many of us are over 30 in the room? Over 30 years? Okay. so the reason I ask is because our next speaker has been doing this, investing in the market, doing amazing things in the market for that time. So she's been there, she has done that. She's seen COVID crisis, financial crisis, Asian crisis, what crisis. She's been there, done that, and made her money. And she's going to come and talk to us about how to invest in the market for short-term needs, whatever your short-term needs are, but also long-term needs like retirement. Her name is Miss Erica Bruce, and she's the executive director and stockbroker in control at Naviga. Erica, please come take the stage.
I'm sorry, I'm old school. I need lots of notes and lots of things.
I'm trying to see this.
I thought I could multitask, but I really can't. I hope this is fine. I'm feeling really intimidated after Mbali. I have not seen passion like that in a long time, and it's absolutely incredible. But ladies, thank you so much. Thank you to the JSE. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to each and every one of you who've given up your Saturday to come and spend with us. It's actually quite amazing. It's a wonderful, wonderful journey. And I must say, I'm feeling inspired. I'm feeling invigorated. And I just don't know where to start. I'd like to just say it is a privilege. I've never seen so many bold and beautiful and esteemed ladies. Everyone's come out here dressed up with their character and just shows us who they are, and as women how powerful we can be, but just by who we are. So I want to start with a really large disclaimer. Yes, my name is Erica Bruce. I clearly am a lot older than most of you, and I have been in the market for 37 years. However, I am no financial guru. I'm not even a financial advisor. All I am is a woman, a mother who's married to a wonderful man. I've been with him for over 37 years. I have 2 grown-up children, and I've been blessed to work in the financial industry that has really been good to me. And how have I got here? I didn't go to university. I didn't come from a rich family. I went to school. I got a job. Why? Because we couldn't afford to go to university, okay? And I decided I had to do something. I started doing admin. I started ticking books. I started just doing typing. And all I did is I decided I had to invest in myself. The only person who can change it is us. We can sit and worry about being financially deprived. We can sit about and say, woe is me, I don't have the same opportunities as men. We can sit and moan about a whole lot of things. But the only person who's ever going to change us is us. Okay, so all I can do is implore each and every one of us to take a hard look at yourself and decide where is it you want to be, what is it you want to do, and how are you going to reach your financial independence. And that is all that we can do, okay? And how are we going to get there? So nothing I'm going to tell you today is different. There's no rocket science to this. I'm no cleverer than anyone. I was blessed to come from a wonderful family. My mother taught me something really special. I'm no better than anyone, and no one else is better than me, okay? I can be as good as the next person, okay? If I want to go and speak to the Queen, I can speak to the Queen. She's no better than me because she's rich or powerful. She's no prettier than me. She's no thinner than me. She's no fatter than me. It makes no difference. I am as good as she is, okay? And why? Because I have to have confidence in myself. I have to believe in myself. But the only way I'm going to get there is by investing in myself. And I'm not necessarily talking about investing from a monetary perspective. I have to grow in confidence. I have to have this belief that I can do it. I'm the only person that can make a difference. So what is financial independence? But it's actually quite simple. It's just the ability to support ourselves on our own without the help of anyone else. Now, how amazing would that be if we could all get to a space where we can say, I'm able to look after myself. If I'm able to look after myself, I have no doubt I'm going to be able to look after my family, my children, and make a difference to society. So it is imperative that I understand that financial independence is about making a difference to myself, being able to get up in the morning and understand what it is I need to grow my wealth, to be able to look after my family, and to make a difference. And so it is known that women who are economically empowered put that extra money into their families, their children, their communities, and to the economy. So it is important that each and every one of us make an effort and start today by saying, what can I do differently in my life? And how am I going to make that difference? I will say that investing is the one thing that puts us on an equal footing to males. There's no bias. There's actually nothing that can say that by him investing, he can make more than I can. It's about attitude. It's about how we behave, our thinking towards money, and how we treat money. And I think that's really where we have to start. We need to understand, take it and understand our own finances, okay? We all have this stigma to say that, it's not my job, it's a man's world, it's my husband's job, he might earn more than me, or I can find someone wealthy. We all like good things. We all love the bling things. We want to be the same as everybody on Instagram. That's not particularly true, okay? It's not true. Let me just tell you, it's not true. I have a niece who's an influencer. She's fantastic, but she's real, okay? She has real issues. We smell like everyone else. We look like everyone else. I wake up in the morning. Sometimes my kids walk in, I got curlies in my hair, and I think, oh, mother, what do you look like? We are real people, okay? We are no better than anyone else. So all I can say is investing in yourself, investing in your education, investing in your financial well-being is the most important goal that you'll ever achieve. And it will change your life. It'll get rid of some stress. You know, women are so easy to say, my husband or my partner is going to be the provider. Okay, wrong. Because you know what? I think it was Fifi who spoke about abuse and money abuse. You have to be able to know for yourself that if I wake up tomorrow and I'm on my own, that I can look after myself. The worst possible thing we can do is stay with someone because we feel that there is no other option. It is the worst possible feeling. I stay with my husband because I love him dearly and he cooks for me. So I'm really blessed, okay? So he has got many great trades and cooking is one of them. Okay, I actually work with my husband too, believe it or not. And we've worked together for many, many years. Why? Because we can trust each other implicitly. I don't compete against him. He's got totally different skills and talents to what I have, okay? But we have to be able to look after ourselves. And if the whole world falls apart, I need to know that I need to wake up tomorrow, like who I am, believe in myself, and start all over again. Mbali spoke about those mistakes we make. But I need to know that when I wake up the next day, I am who I am, and I can start all over again. I've got my integrity intact. I like who I am. I can go to bed peacefully and just know that's what it is. So where do we actually start? Okay. It's about investing in knowledge and education on the markets. Investing in education is the biggest investment you'll ever make. Not buying shares, not putting money away. Investing in knowledge is the best investment you'll ever have. And that's exactly what Mbali said. In her industry, the best thing she could do was go out there and learn. How do we learn? Our world has become such a marvelous place. It is flat. There's just so much social media. There's TVs, there's podcasts, there's radio. What do I do in the morning? I actually get up. I listen to a podcast on my way to work. I brush my teeth. Do you know what I do when I brush my teeth sometimes? I high-five myself in the mirror and say, Erica, you can do this, okay? You're all right. You're going to make it. Doesn't matter how bad it is. I stand in the shower and I think of who I'm going to argue with. But that's not the point. I just high-five myself and say, you go, girl. We can do this, okay? My kids think I'm mad. My husband thinks I'm mad. But we can do it. We also have to get to a point that when we start a relationship, start talking about money right in the beginning. Actually, you cannot be afraid. It's not a taboo. Finance is not taboo, ladies. It is not taboo. You need to be able to, when you get into a relationship, understand, where does the money come from? Is it illicit dealings? Or is it cool? I like to have shiny things. I like to dress. I like to have my hair done. But hell, I'd hate to wake up the next day and find out it's gone, okay, because there was something wrong. You've got to understand the relationship you're in. You've got to understand where the money comes from. You've got to be able to sit together and say, I earn 100 Rand, you earn 1,000 Rand. Doesn't make us any more powerful. It doesn't make me any more important or less important. We're both contributing, okay? And ultimately, you'll get to a point where there's equivalence. There should always be equivalence. It doesn't matter what you earn, okay? And I think that is important. We've got to get past that. He's the man of the house. He provides. And it doesn't matter where you are or what you are. It doesn't matter if you've decided to give up your career to stay at home and look after your kids, because that is an investment, okay? It doesn't matter whether you're a career woman. Those choices are personal choices. But whether you're a stay-at-home mom or career woman or just a student starting out, as our young lady there, you've got to take charge of your own finances, and you need to understand where your money is coming from and how you're going to behave with that money. You cannot do anything unless you know your own financial situation. And that is the very, very start. And so it is really important to understand, where is my money coming from? It is just vitally important. I can't even begin to explain that to you. So there are so many investment strategies, guys. I'm on every social media platform. I listen to every podcast I possibly can. In fact, coming here today, as I say, I've been in the market 37 years. I was listening to podcasts. I think, no, that one's not right. No, that one's not right. I need to find out something. We never stop learning. We learn from our mistakes. Own your mistakes. It's fine, okay? We all make mistakes. We don't have gazillions of rands. We all make mistakes. Own your mistakes. Learn, okay? Listen to the radio. Don't be afraid to ask questions. When I started at 18, okay, I landed up in a job that the man who employed me is still one of my best friends and my mentor today, okay? I spent a lot of time saying, draw me a picture. I have no idea what you're talking about. Draw me a picture. And he'd say, you're stupid. I said, that's fine. Just draw me a picture. Okay? So don't be afraid to say, I don't understand. I don't understand the language you're talking. I have zero idea. Okay? It's not about how clever we are. It's not about what varsity we went to. It's not about the degree we have. It's about our temperament and our ability to want something so badly that we can go and learn anything. Okay, you don't have to be a financial guru. It's just simple. Understand your own financial position, understand where your money is going and how you treat money, and then from there, it's a step by step. There are so many products out there that we can use. It is fantastic. So just be deliberate in everything you do. Like brushing your teeth. I tell my kids, if you brush your teeth once a week for an hour, will your teeth look the same? 100% not. If I go to the gym and do squats all day and do sit-ups once a week for 5 hours, will I look the same? No. I'm not going to get DAC. It is what it is. You've got to do something consistently, deliberately, and make it a habit. If you do things consistently and deliberately, it becomes habit. It just becomes second nature. And that's what I say. When I wake up in the morning and I brush my teeth, I say, Erica, you're going to be cool. Everything's going to be all right. Don't let anyone get you down, no matter how hard it is. If I need to, I'll cry in the shower, but then you've got to get up. You've got to go and face the world. You've got to understand that you can do it, okay? But you're only going to do that if you deliberately take the effort to learn about your finances and know what you do. So what do? Where do I start? Start by setting out your financial goals, with or without your partner. If you're young enough, understand. Investing is not for rich people. Okay, because you have to start somewhere. Investing, you don't need a lot of money to start. There are so many different products out there that you can actually invest with as little as 50 Rand a month, okay? You don't need a lot of money. It's about your attitude towards money. It's about understanding, where does your $100 go, okay? So have a plan. Decide, what is it I need to do? Do I have debt? How do I treat debt? We all got nice flashy credit cards, and it's so nice to go and buy an outfit on a credit card. Hell, do you know that 1,000 Rand dresses now just cost you most probably 1,800 Rand, okay, because of the rate of interest. So have a look at your debt. Say, okay, how do I get rid of any debt that's high interest, okay? Try and pay that off first. You can't save if you've still got debt because you're not going to make and invest at 20% per annum, okay? And so don't think you can do that because we're actually just being silly. When we buy a car, cars depreciate. They're not assets. When I drive out in my fancy car out of that showroom, my car's just gone down by 10%. If I had a 500,000 Rand car, so now only it's probably worth 450,000. When you're starting out, go and buy a second-hand car. If you have a partner, share a car, okay? Take your money and think about how you spend it. We don't need instant gratification. It looks great. It's bling. It's out there, but we don't need it, okay? Learn to prioritize. Rather have priority. Rather have planned gratification. It's very different to instant gratification. When I walk in Woolworths with my trolley and I see a nice shirt, I just throw it in my trolley without thinking about what is the cost of that. I go and zip my credit card. I don't think about it. It's actually costing me a lot more. Do I need that third, fourth, fifth, sixth pair of black shoes or that other handbag? No. When I started, I used to make my own clothes because I wanted to look special. I thought it was important. I remember my first day in the exchange. My mother said, those people are smart, they're clever, they dress well. Well, was I shocked. I walked into the office because I was right in the back of the office, because I was just some admin clerk. There's nothing like that. I went home and said to my mother, you got no idea. Zero idea. I didn't see anyone with high heels or looking pretty. I can promise you. You got to start somewhere. And so it's understanding where your money is going. So plan. Once you plan, you say, okay, do I have debt? Pay your debt off. Okay, that's the first thing. And then regardless of what your strategy is, the next thing what you have to do is save and have an emergency fund. And why do we have to have an emergency fund? 5 minutes. Wow. Okay, we have to have an emergency fund. We have to have an emergency fund in case something happens. We get retrenched. COVID comes. We don't have a job. You have to have money. So save for that. Pay debt, emergency fund. Have a savings. Savings is for planning. Okay, planning to have that supper. We don't need to go to supper 3 times a month. Go to supper once a month and have a candlelight dinner at home if you want to. So plan differently. So have savings. The other thing is we're going to have children. Invest in children's education. There's great products out there. Invest in children's education. Know that our kids, we want to teach them something and get them to the next stage. The other thing is you might want to buy a house. Okay, bonds are different. Debt to a credit card. But you don't have to own a house right from the beginning, okay? That can come later. Rather, plan it and know when you want to. If you're going to have a big wedding, who's going to pay for it? How am I going to pay for it? Should I rather scale down and have half the size wedding and keep that money and invest it? I told my child that, and I told her I was taking it out of her investments. Her whole wedding changed, okay? In fact, there were 3 dresses she was going to choose. She chose the cheapest one because I said she had to pay for her dress herself. I'd pay for the rest. She took the cheapest dress. So when you got skin in the game, you think totally different. So make sure you know it's your money. What are you going to do with it? Okay. When you start working, contribute to pension and provident fund, guys. It sounds like, oh, it's like an insurance. Why do I have to have it? I promise you, it is the best thing you can do because once it comes off, it's gone. So you don't even know you had it. And at the end of the time, you'll know that you've got a lump sum. Never, ever withdraw from your pension and provident when you're young. The best time to start is when you're young, okay? The very best time is to start when you're young because there's something called compounding. That 100 Rand a month is going to compound. If I invest 100 Rand and I get 10%, at the end of year 1, I've got 110. At the end of year 2, I've got 121. At the end of 10 years, I've doubled my money. That's compounding, okay? And that's what happens when you invest in retirement and provident funds and leave it there. RAs, make sure that you can look after yourself when you're old one day, okay? Retirement funds or RAs are tax efficient, help you with your tax, make you pay less tax. Have a look at RAs. Speak to financial advisors and make sure that you're planning to grow your wealth. So you've got all these buckets, but make sure ultimately that you're planning to grow your wealth. I have to make sure. So there are multiple providers, people you can talk to. There are brokers, asset managers, FSPs. There are different platforms. Don't believe everything on social media. There's lovely trading platforms that says you're going to make 100% in 3 years. Doesn't work like that, guys. Understand your own risk appetite. When you've got skin in the game, understand your own risk appetite. That means when I'm investing in the market, am I happy to lose that money? Okay. What am I going to do? Am I going to spend my whole day anxious looking at my portfolio? Don't do it. Okay. Don't get caught up in the hype of everybody's making money. Okay. Take the time to understand what you're investing your money in. Because if you don't understand what you're investing your money in, and leave it to somebody else, you're going to be in trouble, okay? So make sure you only deal with registered service providers, stockbrokers, asset managers, your bank, okay? There's lovely providers out there that will teach you. If you know nothing about investing, start with passive investing, okay? Passive investing, there are ETFs. There are lovely products that actually give me a whole wide variety of what I can invest in. And I know they're going to come speak to you about it. And I was going to spend lots more time, but clearly half an hour or 20 minutes goes a lot quicker than I anticipated. Okay, so what are we going to do? We're going to start with not putting all our eggs in one basket. No big bets, okay? Don't trade on rumor. Actually start by opening up something called a tax-free account. Okay, you can open up a tax-free account. 36,000 Rand a year is tax-free. That's what you put in, contribute to a maximum of 500,000 Rand ultimately. It sounds ridiculous. Do I have 36,000 Rand? You might think no. But take a cup of coffee every day at Seattle, 7 days a week. Go and work that out, compound that to what you spend a month, to what you spend a year. It's almost 30,000 Rand, okay, if you buy coffee. Buy yourself a mug and make your own coffee if you don't think you got money. That's really where you start. Tax-free, and the growth in that is tax-free. Think about the taxes. Invest smartly. It really, really is important. If I'm going to be brave enough, once I've started investing, I've opened up a tax-free account, what am I going to buy in that tax-free account? Go and buy Satrix. Go and buy an ETF. Go and buy something that's going to help you where you don't have the same risk as stock picking. Okay, stock picking is very different. You have to have a lot more knowledge. What happens when you stock pick? When you stock pick, you need to understand what are you buying. You're buying a share in a company. Okay, you are actually the owner of that company. So when you pick that stock, make sure you know who the management is. Make sure you know what their plans are. Make sure that they got longevity. Okay, make sure you understand that investing is for long term. Never, ever invest with money that you might need for the next six years. I was going to say 6 months. I'm changing it to 5 years, okay? Never, okay, because it's long term. Markets are volatile. When you stock pick, there's lots of volatility, there's risk. Understand your risk. What happens is you get so involved in the market that all you do is you watch your portfolio. I can tell you, the all share has gone up and down in the last 3 years more times than you want to know. Some people say, but I bought shares at 10 Rand. I can tell you in that day, it probably went from 8 Rand to 12 Rand, and they just think it was 10 Rand. So if you're in the moment with your own money, okay, the JSE's got a wonderful product where you can learn to trade. When you're learning to trade, there's a platform and you try and trade. It's very different to trade with non-real money than if you're trading with your own money, because the anxiety of, oh, I'm going to lose it. You need to understand that trading with your own money is different. So make sure it's educated. Never panic buy, panic sell. Don't buy on rumor, okay? Because if you buy on rumor, that's fantastic. But when do you sell? Who's going to tell me when to sell? You can't do that. So just always remember, it's about education. Just educate yourself in the market. And lastly, I'm going to say, because I know I'm being looked at, managing your money will help you reach financial security, which will help you reach financial independence, which will help you sleep at night and make sure that you as a woman can make a difference, not only to yourself, but to your children, but to your family and to society. And guys, it is never, ever too early. Never. You're never too young. It's a myth to think that I'm too young. I'll start when I'm 30. Think about those 10 years of compounded. Think about when I'm 14, if I go get a side hustle job, monetize your time, bake, sell those. If you love to cook, cook for someone, have a dinner, go to their house and cook, make money. Just learn to monetize your time, your energy, understand where your money is going, what you're spending on, and make sure that you find that little extra 100 Rand to start with. If you're blessed enough to have more, there are wonderful, wonderful products, there are wonderful people, there are wonderful professionals, but don't leave it only to them. Make sure you educate yourself and learn. Good luck, all the best, and I know we can do it. Go ahead.
Sorry, Erica, no pressure. It's like you said, it's amazing how quickly a time goes by. Do stand, do stay a bit for questions. And I just wanted to say, I have a practical example of a person who dated someone who had the money, and listen, he used to shower her with gifts and cars, and she had a baby, and then one day, early into the baby being born, there was a knock on the door, and then she spent the night or two at the jail, not knowing how. So it is really important to know where the money's coming from and where, yeah. Question time. So I can take 3 questions. So I'm going to take questions from people who didn't ask in the first round. So, okay, I've got the 3 hands. I'm going to take one from you, the lady in the pink, and the gentleman there at the back. So we'll start here in the front.
Hello.
Hi.
From just your introduction, I was able to recognize myself, right? I'm also 23, I'm not studying, and I just had to ask a question. How do you move? Is it hard to be someone in this industry without a degree? Because I know always when you're studying and you don't have a degree, like I'm doing an internship in finance instead of being a full-time student, getting my degree, but I'm doing an internship in finance. Is it hard for you to always have to prove yourself into the market?
So I think in today's society, it's far harder to find jobs without degrees because there are so many people and our employment rate, and because our economy hasn't grown. So it is difficult. However, it's not insurmountable. Okay. It is up to you. It's up to you to decide what is it you want. Mm-hmm. I can tell you when I started working, I didn't work 8 hours a day. I most probably worked 14 hours a day. Mm. I got home sometimes after 12 and I got back to work at 5 in the morning. But I loved what I was doing and I was learning. Make sure that you learn every day. It's about what you want. I can promise you, in our environment, we don't only employ for RQ, we employ for EQ. EQ is the most important thing, because if you've got the right attitude, I can teach you anything, okay? Without the right attitude, if you think you're the cleverest person, I can teach you nothing, okay? And in fact, when you employ people, you make sure you employ people who are cleverer than you, and not cleverer from a RQ perspective, but who come from diverse backgrounds, who can teach me things that I don't know. I'm old. I wear blinkers. I've been taught a certain way. The youngsters come today. We've got more people under 30 in our firm than over 30. Why? Because they can teach us something different. We might have the knowledge and expertise in our environment. However, young people tell us how we can use that in a different way that can make a difference to each and every one of us. Okay. We also need to understand it's not about having that degree necessarily. It's about your attitude. Make sure you want it. Bad enough.
Mara, don't not want to improve your mind. I can see you're saying thank you.
No. But I will tell you, you never stop studying, okay? I still study now.
And
if
learning.
I could go and do a degree now, I would. My kids think I'm mad. And every time my kids say something, I say, go and learn. They say, Mom, you're boring. I say, go learn. Just go and do a course. You've got time. It's holiday. Go and do a course. Do an Excel course. Do something. Mom, you're boring. But I can promise you, it's about self-improvement all the time.
Okay. And the lady right behind you in the pink, do you have the mic?
Hi. Sorry, I can't hear you. Let's just check.
Hello?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the talk. I just want to ask, just a simple question. Do you think that somebody ever reaches financial freedom? And what does that look like?
That's a wonderful question. And financial freedom is different for me, maybe different for you, okay? Financial freedom means being able to look after myself, okay? We all have different dreams and aspirations. It's relative, okay? You don't need to be greedy, okay? It's relative, okay? And we also can't get into a point, the more we earn, the more we spend, okay? So that's an easy habit to fall into. So to me, financial freedom, I do think we can. I believe no matter how much I love my husband, no matter how much I love my children, if I wake up tomorrow, I'll be able to get up and start all over again. When Mbali lost her investment and there were no more seeds and she had this debt, she decided, what does financial freedom look like to me? Financial freedom and success is very different from each and every one of us, okay? And we mustn't compare my financial freedom to yours, okay? We also reach financial freedom at different stages, and we have a different view of financial freedom at different ages, okay? At my age, what is financial freedom? Financial freedom is spending time with my family, being able to afford that time, being able to go on a holiday with my children, maybe working less hours and enjoying life, making memories. I only have so many good summers left, huh? So I've got to make sure I use them properly. So that's what financial freedom is to me, is enjoying my time. Time is money. That's freedom, financial freedom. So it's different. When you're young, it's about buying that car, buying that house, getting the nice clothes. We all like that. But ultimately, as I said, there's only so many handbags and shoes and houses and so much luxury I can live in. It's about, can I look after myself? And so I do believe you can get to financial freedom at any stage of your life. It's what you perceive it to be. But don't compare it to somebody else's. That's all. Okay.
Morning, ma'am. I'm Kawe. I've just been investing for under a year, and I just have a more practical question.
Sure.
What's your decision-making process behind the stocks that you buy? What's your criteria? How do you choose?
The stocks I buy, when I started, it was names that I knew. Woolworths, Pick and Pay, Mr. Price, things that I could see, okay? Things that I could understand, but it's about knowledge. The one thing I like is, who is management? Do I like management? I actually go Google management, okay? Have they been in any trouble before? Have they been in businesses that haven't worked out? So my financial decisions on when I stock pick, it's actually about the knowledge I have on that company. And it's a long-term investment. My husband tells me I get married to stocks. He's a trader, okay? His long-term is one day. My long-term is forever, ever. So we have different views, okay? So again, it depends on what is it you're looking for, okay? And so for me, I would say it's about understanding. Never buy something that you tangibly don't understand, okay? Cryptos, I'll stay away from cryptos. My kids have tried to explain it to me. People have told me how much money I've lost, okay? I don't understand it. No matter how hard I tried, I've drawn pictures. I don't understand it, so I stay away from it. So it's making sure I understand what I invest in. Perfect.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for those pearls of wisdom.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I steal a hug?
You may indeed.
Okay. Thanks so much, Erica.
Cool.
So we're going to take a quick comfort break, around 10, 15 minutes or so, right? A quick break. And so for the online audience, we've also got you. Do stay tuned, because there's a really nice makeup tutorial that will teach you how to beat your face in, do the contours in the right ways. Just don't fire your makeup artist, but do learn how to do it yourselves. So we'll see you back in 15.
Hello, my name is Nomhle and I'm a personal stylist. Today I'm going to be talking to you about dressing for success. I know from experience what it feels like to have a wardrobe filled with clothes that you don't like, that barely fits you, and that you don't even wear. So today I'm going to talk to you about why it's important to dress for success, but also where to start. So stay tuned to find out more. Why is it important to dress for success? I think most importantly, you can use your wardrobe to give you that extra confidence boost. There's nothing like when you feel good, you walk the talk, and you step into a room and heads turn. So I think that investing in your wardrobe is important, because to get that extra bit of confidence to need, whether it's in your career or in your personal life, can make a world of difference. Secondly, using your wardrobe as a form of self-care is one of the best things that you can do for yourself. It's effort that it takes to make your wardrobe what you want it to be, but also to take the time and nurture yourself and making sure that you put your best foot forward every day. Thirdly, you can also use your wardrobe to express yourself creatively. Every day when you get dressed, You can use your clothes to show off your personality or even your mood. And of course, depending on where you're going, you can use your clothes to suit that particular event. So I highly recommend making the investment into your wardrobe and reap the benefits. Where do you start? The first thing that I would recommend is to pick 3 words that you would like to use to describe your ideal style. This will then help you when you're making decisions about what to wear, because each piece you will decide on whether it fits that style ideal that you have described. So using those 3 words will always be a guide that you can use. For me, I like to describe my style as simple, well put together, and polished. So I would advise you to think of the same and use this going forward. Next, you want to do an audit of your wardrobe. What do you have and what do you love? I highly recommend getting rid of anything that doesn't fit you, whether it's your ideal weight or you're waiting for a special occasion, or it's something that you haven't worn in a long time. I highly recommend getting rid of these clothes because they often fill your wardrobe with things that you don't wear, and they just add to your frustration when you're picking an outfit every day. You also want to make sure that you keep clothes that you love, clothes that are in a color you love, that looks good on you, clothes that you feel good in, and clothes that fit you well. I think it's important to make sure that when you step out the house every day, that your clothes are comfortable, that they look good, and that they are well made. So do this audit, take your time. You don't have to do it in a day, but I think it's one of the most important places to start so that what you're left with at the end of the day is a wardrobe, at least with clothes that you love, before you move on to the next step. Step 3. Now you've taken out the clothes that you don't love, that you don't wear, or that doesn't fit you. The next step would be for you to make a list of anything that you feel is missing. If you need to replace a jacket, pants, shoes, make a list of those items, because when you're shopping going forward, you want to make sure that you're ready and that you know what is missing. So make that list, make it as long as you need it to be, because it takes time to work through that list. Right, so there's the important part, the fun part, where you start going shopping. So you don't have to break the bank when you go shopping, but what I would recommend is that you take your time. Decide on 5 items that you need right now, 5 that can wait perhaps another couple of weeks, days, or months, and slowly make your way through your list. You want to find clothes that fit you well, that look good on you, and that are made of a good quality fabric. And what I've often found is that if you take your time, go to different stores, you don't have to only buy from one shop, and you can even explore others. But take your time in this journey and don't break your budget. You want to make sure that maybe you can put some money aside every month and assign that to your clothes, but make sure that you go into this process with a clear mind, with a clear plan, and buying pieces that you only love. Right, so what do you do next? When you decide to start your shopping journey, I would recommend making sure that you go on a day when you're comfortable and you've got time and you feel patient, because it can take some time to find the right pieces. When you do go into the store and you do find some items, make sure that it's a piece that you love. Don't settle for something that's almost what you want, but only buy things that are exactly what you want. Because if you buy something that you don't love, it's going to go into your wardrobe and it's going to sit there like everything else. So I would recommend having an open mind and only buying the best of the best. Let's look at an example. This white shirt is something that I bought a few years ago. It's a good quality shirt. It's got a lovely collar and it's a little bit longer, which means that I can wear it to work and tuck it into formal pants. But also on the weekend, I can leave it out, wear it with some jeans, maybe put on a pair of heels or sneakers, but it's something that I know will last me years and years. I don't have to keep going back to buy a white shirt because I made the good decision when I bought it the first time. Something else that I recommend is when you have an item that you like in store, is to think of 3 ways that you can wear it. I say this because it will help you make the most of your wardrobe. If you buy something that is only for a very specific day or occasion, chances are that you won't wear it again. And what this means is that it's going to sit in your wardrobe and be a part of the pile of clothes that you don't wear. So think of 3 ways that you can wear something. For example, with the shirt, I know that I can wear it when I go to work. I can tuck it into some formal pants. On the weekend, I could put on a pair of jeans and have it with a pair of sneakers. And perhaps even on a lovely summer day, I could wear it open with shorts and maybe some sandals. And those are the 3 ways that I definitely know that I can wear the shirt. So I challenge you to do the same going forward. It's not always easy, but it will really help you get creative and expand your view when you're looking at your wardrobe. Another rule of thumb that I like to share with my clients is that you should limit how many prints that you buy. I would highly recommend buying clothes in solid colors. Even though you may love a piece in the store and you know exactly how you want to wear it, chances are that you will feel that you've worn that item too many times. So sticking to basic colors, black, white, camel, navy, gray, for example, is always a good way to go. And if you are really big on prints, I would recommend sticking to stripes, leopard print, and maybe polka dots. But anything outside of that, you might find that you may get tired of that item quicker than you would like to. Another tip that I would recommend is to mix and match your wardrobe. We often think of our work wardrobe separately to what our casual wardrobe is. And I think this is a limiting view of your wardrobe. If you use pieces that you wear casually and bring them into your formal environment and using your formal clothes and also wear them in casual occasions, you could get even more out of your wardrobe. For example, if you have a pair of trousers and maybe they're in a specific color, you can take those trousers, put them on with a t-shirt on the weekend with some sneakers, and you will look amazing. So think of your wardrobe in that way going forward. You don't have to segment your wardrobe into casual, formal, or special occasions. Another tip that I would use is social media. This is a great way to get some ideas about what to wear and how to put outfits together. When I started out in my styling journey, I would copy exactly what people would wear online, and that started me out. Pinterest and Instagram are great ways to start. You can often search for specific items. For example, if you buy a trench coat, you can put in an Instagram search or Pinterest search for trench coats, and you can get some ideas about how to style a trench coat. For example, you could wear with a t-shirt, jeans, loafers, with your trench coat on casually. And then for work, you can have a trench coat with trousers, heels, and a shirt, and you would be good to go. There are some pieces that you can use to start on your journey to make your life a little bit easier. I would recommend a plain, crisp white shirt, a black blazer, a black pair of trousers, a good pair of blue jeans, a pair of loafers or heels if you prefer, a lovely fitting dress, perhaps even in your favorite color, and then you can also add some accessories. Speaking of accessories, I think they're a great way to enhance your outfit. This can take the form of your earrings, your jewelry, your handbag, a belt, or even sunglasses. Using accessories to show your personality or even add in some color is a great and affordable way to really be creative with your outfits. The last piece of advice that I have is to really make use of a tailor. It can be tricky to find a piece of clothing that fits you exactly the way that you want. And if you love the piece, it's a good item, it fits into your budget, and you know you'll wear it for years to come, it's worth getting a tailor just to make that little adjustment for you to make sure that you get the most out of it. What I often do is if I have several pairs of pants that I've bought, I take them to my tailor in one go. I know it can be a bit admin intensive to do that, but it's really worth the investment because there's nothing like a well-fitting pair of pants. At the end of the day, your wardrobe should be fun. It should be easy and it should be something that you look forward to doing. So don't put yourself under too much pressure. Start small, be patient, and work yourself through that list that we mentioned. Remember, each piece should really speak to you as a person, what you like, and not necessarily be about what your friend likes or what looks good on somebody else. Use your own personality, your own decisions, you know yourself best, and have fun.
Just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone with you. Just wanna be alone.
Welcome back to our JSE SheInvests 2022. Hope you had a great break and that you've been gaining a lot of pearls of wisdom from our speakers so far around fearlessly owning the markets. For me personally, investment is a journey of self-empowerment. I grew up in a family that had a cash business, and that's how we made a living. And the practice at the end of the month would be that we'd have all the cash takings from the month on the kitchen table, and we would budget by envelopes. So every envelope would have an allocated use like groceries and transport and school fees, etc. And the necessary amounts would then be taken from the cash pile into the core necessities that the family had as per each envelope. In good months, there might have been cash left on the table after all the envelope allocations had been done. In other months, you might not have cash left over, and in fact, some envelopes might run short. That leftover money was then around, what do we do with that? It's either indulgence money, a little bit of fun money, or money to invest in our future. And that's what then taught me the journey around debt versus investing. My mother used to have a saying that if there's no cash left, we can't afford it. And so for me personally, investing has always been a mechanism to not only invest in my future and achieve my dreams, but also have a level of financial freedom that allows you to steer away from debt if possible. So for me, I think, each of us have goals, each of us have dreams, and investing is about owning those to get to a place of fruition. We really hope that you spend the rest of the afternoon enjoying yourselves as well as learning more, and definitely hope to see you again soon.
Itumeleng Monale, she's one of the powerhouses that run the show here at the JSE. She's the Chief Operating Officer. Big ups to her. So the next discussion is around crypto. How many people are interested in crypto or invest in crypto? Yeah, I thought so. So Erica, when you were talking, So when you were talking about the fact that you don't touch what you don't understand, I heard you, but I think that I'm a less knowledgeable investor than you. So sometimes I do want to follow the herd. And I recall in 2017, I was, I'm still working at the same company, CNBC Africa, and my editor at the time said, guys, let's chip in together and invest in this Bitcoin. And you'll remember in 2017, Bitcoin was trading at around $3,000 a coin. So that's around 40-something thousand rand, if we do the conversion. And we were like, because we speak to smart people, in our jobs, we interview all the smart people on the JSE and all these fund managers and all of that, smart people like Erica, who told us good advice to say, I'm not touching this thing, we're not investing in what we don't understand. And so I said, no, Monique, we can't. This thing is a bubble, it's going to burst, I'm not there. Fast forward to 2021 November, Bitcoin becomes a rand millionaire. Right? Because the price shoots up to around $70,000. So I'm like, man, we could have been millionaires. But suffice to say, the lesson is learned. But with that said, fast forward to today, there's a lot of people who've lost a lot of money. Where is it now? $20,000 or something. It's looking for people who invested later and so forth. So our next conversation is going to speak to those of us who are interested in crypto, but who are interested in doing so and learning how to invest in this market without getting our hands burnt too much. And it's going to be given by Nerushka Bowan. She's the Director and Head of Technology and Innovation at Norton Rose, Fulbright, South Africa. She's there. It's a hybrid event. So she's dialed in virtually. And Nerushka, there's so many people right now who are interested in hearing about the do's and don'ts of crypto. So I'm going to hand it over to you to take us through that.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to join you all, albeit virtually, but still very excited to be part of this event today. And I'm sure you've all really been enjoying the excellent lineup thus far. So I've been given the impossible task of telling you everything you need to know about crypto in just 15 minutes. You know, this is a topic we can unpack over hours and hours. So I'm going to do my best to really give you the crash course in crypto. So where did it all begin? Let's just go back to the start. The first cryptocurrency was actually something called Bitcoin, created all the way back in 2009. That's now 13 years ago by a guy called Satoshi Nakamoto. And up till today, we still don't really know who Satoshi Nakamoto is. He was somebody we know that had a very strong background in cryptography and mathematics and software programming. And we know he was part of this crypto community. But beyond that, we really don't know who the creator of this new technology called Bitcoin really is. And now, what are some other special attributes about Bitcoin, and why are we here talking about crypto today? Well, the first thing is Bitcoin initially, it called itself a cryptocurrency. But it wasn't a currency that was, you know, given out by a government or a reserve bank. It was something that was developed by people, and it's something that's regulated by code. And you have a community of developers who actually maintain this code, and it's almost they call it like a democratic currency. And this is really changing the narrative from what we usually understand currency to be. However, as things have progressed, governments don't view crypto as a currency, and so the terminology has also changed. So now we use the word crypto asset because it's viewed in the eyes of the regulators more as an intangible asset rather than a currency. So that's some of the kind of development of where it started and where we are today. But after Bitcoin, you know, the real magic in crypto was in the underlying technology, and what the underlying technology is something called blockchain technology, which I'm sure you all have heard about. And there's particular attributes about blockchain technology that makes it special and changes the way that we can actually interact with each other. So there's this concept of decentralization that blockchain has brought to the internet that we didn't have before. Now, what does this mean? So think about your computer or your phone, for example. If you have a file or a photograph saved on your computer, on your phone, and then you lose your computer or your phone and the hard drive is destroyed, that piece of information, that photograph is also lost, and you can't retrieve it because that one device it was stored on is gone. Now, what blockchain does is it decentralizes the storage across everybody's device. So whoever is plugged into the network has a copy of the ledger. We'll call it, it's called a ledger. And so if you are part of it, let's use Bitcoin as an example. If you are plugged in to the Bitcoin network, you keep an entire ledger of all the transactions that have ever occurred on the Bitcoin network on your device. But if you switch your computer off and your computer gets destroyed, it doesn't mean the entire Bitcoin ledger is gone. There's hundreds and thousands of other people whose computers are still up and running, and so that means it's decentralized. So you can't just shut it down in one place. It will always be living somewhere else, and that's what also makes it difficult to regulate because it's borderless. There's people all over the world who are connected into this network, and they're keeping it alive because you can shut it down in one country, but it's still being kept alive in another country. So it's this decentralization. It's the security through cryptography, because the basis and the underlying blockchain technology, it's built in this area of mathematics called cryptography, which validates transactions in a very, very intelligent way. And you can go online and find the Bitcoin white paper if you're interested to learn more about the maths and the cryptography. But it's these attributes that have really created this new industry. And after Bitcoin in 2009, now we have so many different other crypto assets, to the point where we actually have crypto exchanges where you can buy and sell different cryptocurrencies. That's how many there are. And you have wallet providers, people who can help you take your fiat currency, convert it into cryptocurrency, and go and buy these things on exchanges. So there's a whole entire industry built around this new thing. But should you be afraid of it? We heard about scams and things like that, and this is a very, very real thing. There are so many scams in this industry, and sometimes you think you are buying crypto because this person tells you, give me your money, I'll go and buy the crypto for you, I'll go and buy the Bitcoin for you, I'll go and buy the Ethereum for you, and you're going to become rich. Unfortunately, usually it's the humans in between that are running a scam. They take your money and they go off into the sunset, and you never hear from them again. Sometimes it's a website, sometimes it's a social media account, sometimes it's a WhatsApp group. People have lost entire life savings to these scams. People have emptied out their pension funds thinking they're going to get rich in crypto, given their money over to people who were just your regular scammers, and these people have disappeared into the night with their money, and people have become broke. So yes, it may not be the actual crypto that's the scam, but it may be the people that are running these scams appearing to be investments in crypto. But then what about if you really, you're not dealing with the scammer, you're on a proper exchange, you are buying it, is it still dangerous? Well, the asset class in itself is highly volatile. So yes, the price may be this today, and then it's this tomorrow, and then something happens, and it crashes. So it's very, very volatile. You have to do your own research. You can't, you can't put your life savings into these types of things. Lots and lots of research needs to be done. And as any investment that you're going to do, you need to understand what your risk appetite is when dealing with high risk investment. So it's completely, in your hands in terms of what you decide if it's something for you to dabble in. The other risky aspect is that it's largely still an unregulated market. So you may be giving your money to some third-party intermediary who says they're going to invest on your behalf, or to some company who says they're buying these things for you. But then if something goes wrong and now you lose your money, or they do something, with your money that you didn't want them to do, who do you go to? Because now the regulators will say, well, we don't regulate this industry, so we can't help you. And so that's the other very dangerous thing if you want to participate in this market, is that at present, there's still a large portion that is still highly unregulated, and therefore you don't really have recourse when things do go wrong. The other thing is that because of the decentralized nature of crypto, it's very different to dealing with, like a bank, for example. If you have your bank account and then you forget your password or your PIN number to log into your online banking, you can phone your bank. There's ways to reset your password, and then you can log in again and you can access your money. Now with crypto, a lot of that responsibility sits with you. If you are responsible for your wallet key and you lose the key to your wallet for your crypto, there's nobody you can phone. Once that key is lost, it is lost. There's no third party. You've lost whatever crypto was in that wallet. This has happened to people where they've stored their wallet keys on hard drives years ago. And then over time, this hard drive is old. They've gotten rid of it. It's gone away into the rubbish dump. And then they realized, oh, wait, my wallet key was stored on that hard drive. I need to go find it. There's a guy in the UK right now who's fighting in the courts for access to go into the rubbish dumps to search, because he has a hard drive worth millions and millions of pounds of Bitcoin, and his keys are sitting on those hard drives, and he got rid of it many years ago, and he's fighting in the courts for them to give him access so he can go dig in those dumps to find those hard drives. He hasn't been given access yet. This has happened to people. So that's a big difference. When you have somebody who's looking after your money, if you need help, there's somebody to help you. with crypto and when it's decentralized and you're doing it on your own, these things have become your responsibility. So you have to be you have to understand what you're doing when you embark in these type of things. But looking forward, why is this entire industry important? Why are we talking about it today? And the other big important thing is the regulators are also starting to take notice, and they're realizing how many people are participating. So whether or not it's regulated, whether or not it's volatile, whether or not there's scams, people are still participating in these markets. And so from a consumer protection perspective, the regulators have now realized they need to intervene, because until we have a regulated industry, people are going to continue falling for scams, and we're not going to be able to move forward. So now we've gotten a number of statements from regulators saying that in the next 18 months, we will see some kind of regulation coming. What we anticipate is some kind of licensing model. So it's very similar to how you have financial services providers who are licensed to give you financial advice on your investments. You will have the same kind of thing for crypto. So if somebody wants to give you advice on how to invest in crypto, where to invest, and all of these things, they need to have a license with the regulator in order to do so. And so if something goes wrong and they run away with your money, at least you have a regulator to go to and say, this person that you gave a license to, they actually stole my money. So regulation is a good thing. We need it, and it will help a lot. Beyond that, there's a whole other industry and a lot of other things that are being built on top of this very important blockchain technology. There's something else called NFTs, non-fungible tokens. So crypto assets we would call fungible tokens. Fungible means each one is the same. So if I give you a 10 Rand and you give me a 10 Rand and we switch those 10 Rands, it's the same value. They're fungible. Non-fungible means they're two different things. If I have an apple and you have an orange and we switch, now we have two different things. So NFTs, each one is unique. And we're having things like artworks being minted as NFTs and being sold for large amounts of money. We're having digital collectible items, things like bored apes, and moments in sporting histories. And people are wondering, how do these digital items be worth so much of money? Why are people paying all of this thing? Value is attached because we give things value. So for example, one day somebody picked up this piece of metal called gold and decided this metal here has some value. And so now today gold is a valuable item in our society because we decided. Very similarly, with things like NFTs, if we decide this is something that has value, it's going to have value. It was Kylie Jenner's birthday the other day. She got a very rare Birkin bag from her mom worth over $100,000. Why does it cost so much? Because we as a society decided these rare luxury handbags cost that much. It's the same economic principles that apply in this digital world with things like NFTs. We are giving them value, and so they will have a value. And as we move, and then the internet is now moving to something called the Web 3. So we had Web 1, which was very kind of static and information, and back in the 90s where we had lots of words on a page. Then we had Web 2, which became more interactive and photographs and videos and social media. And now we're moving into Web 3, which is immersive. It's virtual reality. Next year, maybe I won't be here on a screen. I'll be in a hologram where we can interact even more. We'll be wearing headsets where we virtually relate to each other. The kids are already there. The kids are in Fortnite. They're in Minecraft. They're already living in these worlds. It's us that need to catch up to them. And in these virtual worlds, how do we interact with each other? We're going to be using things like crypto. We're going to be buying things like NFT. The businesses are already there. Lots of businesses have been buying real estate in the metaverse. Why are they doing that? Because they can understand where the world is headed. We've seen with COVID, everything is hybrid, everything is virtual. And so all of these things are really converging now, and crypto is going to be one part of this new world that we're moving into. So that's my 15 minutes. This is what Bitcoin is all about. This is what crypto is all about. Yes, do your homework. Yes, there's some scary actors in the space. Yes, there's a lot of criminals still participating. Do as much homework as possible before putting any investments or things like that. Maybe wait for it to be regulated if you're risk averse. And there's huge opportunities. It's very important. This is the way the world is moving into. We already have digital money is not a new concept. Most of our money is already digital in any way, in any event. And we're already living in a digital world. So this is just us evolving into the next phase. Yeah, I'll stop there. I'm not sure if we're going to do any questions.
Is it Zuckerberg also changed his entire company, named it around this entire universe and doing all stuff? I don't know if you guys had picked up that Facebook is now Meta and all of that, the metaverse. Sure, I don't know how many people still understand, but we've got, we do have Nerushka here to take any questions. So we'll take around 3. Okay, so there's a lady there. There's the gentleman in the yellow. We'll start off with, and the lady there. All right, so let's take those 3.
Morning. Thank you so much. My name is Mashoto. My question, I'm still quite confused. So when I buy a stock, right, it tracks the company's performance, it tracks what's happening in that industry, in the market. When I buy Bitcoin, what is it tracking?
No, that's a very good question. So again, it comes down to, we are giving Bitcoin value by as a society deciding it has value. Now, where does Bitcoin, and I'm going to talk specifically about Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a finite number of Bitcoins that will ever be minted. We're going to reach a day where there will be no new Bitcoin. And I think that number is about 21 million. And so the theory is that because there will only be so many Bitcoins ever created in the world, that means each Bitcoin is in itself will have to, over time, continue to increase in value because there's only a limited supply. So that's one theory, and I'm talking specifically about Bitcoin in this example. But it also comes down to trust. As more and more people trust in crypto and more people participate and there's more demand, these things start to increase in value. It's not being backed by anything. There's no reserve or anything like that you can say it's backed by. There are some tokens that are released by these crypto companies, and they say, we're going to achieve all of these goals, and as we achieve these goals, your token will also increase in value. So you have a whole lot of different types of tokens that are being created, and some of them do tie back to companies and how they perform. But some of them, as I said, it's literally as people decide we trust this thing, similar with artwork and similar with handbags and all of these things that are abstract in nature. It comes down to us. So yes, it is very different to evaluating a company and tracking performance like that. But there's a number of people who feel like they can track indicators and things like that, but there's nothing really backing it.
So before we take the question from the lady, so let's just take a question from our online audience. Thanks so much for engaging. We do see you. So Nerushka, if you say that, this is where the world is going, that's where it's actually replaces fiat currency, excuse the pronunciation. Do you see that happening, or do you see a world where both coexist?
That's a very good question. So there's also this move to something called CBDCs, which is central bank digital currencies. And the reserve banks themselves are busy experimenting to see if they can release the fiat currencies in a digital format. At the same time, there's all of these privately released cryptos that are floating around. What the final version of this will look like at the end, it's anybody's guess, and I also don't have the answer to that. But what I hope to see someday in the future is, today as it stands, we have a lot of issue with the ways foreign currency can be transferred across the world. So if you've ever tried to do any kind of cross-border transfer of money, inward or outward, you will understand the frustration and the expense and the time of doing so. One hope I have is that when we move to this new future, is that all of those types of issues go away and we kind of move towards a more globally ease of transferring value across the world, and whether these are different currencies that interrelate with each other easily, or we adopt one thing globally, that how we end up, I don't have the answer for that, but I hope that the issues we have today with exchanging of cross-border transfers money, we're not going to carry into the future, because it should be, sending money should be as easy as sending an email in reality. Sending an email, we all decided one day, this is the protocol for email, and everybody across the world adopted the same protocol, and so we can send an email, boom. Money should be that simple, and that's my hope for the future, the Web3 of money. What it looks like, how we're going to end up, that I don't have the answer.
Okay. Yes, sir. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Thank you very much for such great insights in terms of cryptos. If you trade stocks, obviously via JSE, using any other brokers, obviously you have to be compliant in terms of taxes, paying taxes. So in terms of cryptos, are we going to reach a point whereby when you trade cryptos, we are going to be compliant in terms of tax, for example, in compliant with SARS regulations? Thank you.
That's a great question. And SARS actually released a comment on this a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago. So if you haven't been paying your taxes on crypto, I'm quite sorry to say SARS may be after you. So what they've said is the same rules apply to crypto as they do with other things. So there's two basic principles that you need to remember. The one is capital gains and the one is revenue. So capital gains means you bought a Bitcoin 4 years ago, you held on to that, 4 years later you sold it, you made 100,000 Rand of profit, and you declare that as 100,000 Rand capital gain in your income return. The second one is revenue. You're a trader, you're buying and selling crypto all the time, and you're making little bits of, loss in income all the time, and then you declare that as revenue. And if you are having difficulty determining whether you need to declare a capital gain or revenue in your income return, then you need to consult a tax specialist to get that advice, because they say all the usual tax rules apply, and they view crypto as an intangible asset. That's the word that they've used to describe crypto in their statement. So yes, you must declare crypto in your tax.
Brief question to the lady there.
Hi. Oh, there. Hi, I'm Lerato. So we are talking about how the world is moving towards the metaverse and most things are going to be digital. We're talking about cryptocurrencies. I want to ask, how do you see a country like South Africa, where we have high unemployment rates, we have very limited access to the internet? So how do you see a country like South Africa participating in the metaverse, where people that are unemployed can actually start to make money when they don't have access to the internet, I guess?
No, that's a brilliant question. So yes, we are very digital when it comes to how we transact with money, but we still have a massive population that is cash only. And unfortunately, until we get to a point where internet access is, everybody has internet access and everybody has smartphone access and access to a computer, which is still going to take some time, we can't become a fully digital society. So South Africa is a country of parallels, and it doesn't mean we're not going to move into the metaverse because everybody's not going to come together. We're still going to do it, but it's going to happen at different times. The other thing about us is that we catch up very, very quickly. It's something called the leapfrog effect. So yes, we may feel behind for maybe first world countries are moving ahead, but we'll catch up very quickly, and maybe they take 5 years to learn something that we can do in 1 year. So we do have something called a leapfrog effect, and it's shown in a number of areas. For example, something great in South Africa, you can open up a company completely online through our subsea. In a first world country like Canada, you can't. You actually need physical documents to do something like that. So there's all of these, paradoxes in this country. But yes, we can never move fully digital unless we take everybody with us, and that requires everybody to have internet access, everybody to have smartphone access, everybody to have a computer, which is still going to take time, but we will still be moving in that direction either way.
Right. Nerushka, thanks. There's a few other questions that came through online, so I'm hoping that you can get to them and maybe answer them in the chat box. Perhaps the team here can send it over to her. We see you, the online attendees, and we've got you. And she's smiling, so she's saying yes. But but we're going to leave it. We're going to leave it there. We're going to take it back here. Thanks so much for the insights. Can we give her a round of applause? Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys, just a quick reminder, there are prizes up for grabs. We are in a cost of living crisis. It's a prize from the JSE, so we know it's not small waters. Do the right thing. The hashtag to use is JSE SheInvests 2022. At me in your tweets. Someone did, thank you, but at me in the tweet so I can retweet. I don't think I'm allowed to enter, but yeah, it's at Fifi Peters. Yeah, do the thing. So our next discussion is on purpose-led investing, and so Vuyo, so we heard from Vuyo earlier, and her and I attended the same event at the start of the month. It's our month, it's events galore. I'll take them. And there was something that one of the entrepreneurs who was speaking at that event said. She said, there's something about women in how we lead and in how we are. She says, as women, we struggle to leave people behind, right? If you're in a team or something, if you're doing something, it's not about winning, it's about winning together as women. We've got that soft spot, right? Maybe it's not a bad thing. But now the discussion that we're going to have is going to talk to us about how to apply that in our investing practices. Because while it's good to think about other people, the society, it's good to think about the community, it's good to think about, ethics and stuff like that, which is now called purpose investing or impact investing. It's also good to ensure that by doing this, you're also, filling your own cup, that your investments are also growing. So we're going to have a discussion about how to do that, purpose-led investing, and that's going to be given to us. It's going to be a fireside chat, you can see, fire, by Shameela Ibrahim, the Chief Sustainability Officer of the JSE. Please come through, ma'am. and she'll be in conversation with Darren Scorgie. Got you. Head of Africa Signatory Relations at PRI. Please take the stage. It's yours. Thank you.
Hi there. Hello, ladies. All looking fabulous. Lovely to see everybody today. I feel uplifted being in your presence. It's been a tough week for many instances for me, so I'm so happy to be here today, but actually far more excited by the topic we're going to cover, which is purpose-led investing. And I assure you, this is not a soft and fluffy thing, and it's not a thing just women do. Okay, we're going to talk to some of the numbers and what we're seeing globally. But before that, I would like to welcome our esteemed guest, who is Darren Scorgie, who is the head of Africa for the Principles for Responsible Investment, which, of course, is globally massive in promoting responsible investment across particularly the asset management and asset ownership industries. So Darren is very, very well versed in this topic and has himself worked as an entrepreneur and as a banker and across different industries. So we really are getting the cutting edge information for him. And from him, and knowing Darren very well, he's also a little bit of a maverick. So you're not going to get the straight-jacketed view. You're going to get a very broad perspective on things. So Darren, we're really, really honored to have you here today. and welcome.
Thank you, Shameela. That was
So-
a great introduction. I really appreciate that. Hi, everybody.
He, of course, is the honorary man here today. Him and my 7-year-old son, who I brought to give him support. Darren, so this topic, I mean, it's probably kind of mired in like a little bit of people not understanding what does it really mean? Is it something airy-fairy? Are we talking about CSI? How do you define purpose? And then we're going to go into what does that mean in the context of investment. So just can you maybe share that with us? Values-led, what is this thing called purpose when it comes to investing?
So, purpose is the action orientation that is required from you to achieve something, right? It's either its function or its reason. In the context of investing, purpose-led investing is about how do you achieve strong financial performance. That still remains critical, but doing that in a way that minimizes the negative impacts on environmental, social, or governance issues, or enhances the positive outcomes from those spaces. So it has its legacies in value-based investing, which comes from multiple faith-based organizations, whether it be Islamic Sharia law, excluding certain aspects of or sectors because of it's deemed haram, or the Methodist Church, who has opted against investing in alcohol, drugs, weapons, pornography, etc. Over time, the journey from values-based investing to where we are now has changed quite a lot. There's been a lot of evolution in this process. It's no longer just the feel-good aspect of investing. It's no longer doing good because it's the nice thing to do. It's become very technical, very action-based, very focused. At the moment, the transition has happened from sort of values-based investing to what is called social responsible investing, and now it's moved on to effectively ESG investing or responsible investment. And the difference through that evolution is that within responsible investment, it's now no longer purely an exclusionary practice. It's no longer saying we don't like those things, so we're going to stay away from it, sort of dry out liquidity in those aspects and we wait for it to fail. That's not sustainable. It's no longer possible to do stuff like that. So within responsible investment, it's like, well, there are still sectors that we deem to be imposing negative impact on the environment, on societies, but we need to physically go into those industries and change it. So it's how does our capital assist these underlying organizations or these underlying projects to actually transition from negative, from sort of like negative impacts into more positive outcomes. So there's a strong focus on engagement, a strong focus on sort of voting within your shareholding, and then again making sure you constantly engage and then transition on aspects as it relates to climate, as it relates to sort of diversity, equity, inclusion, as it relates to social inequalities, how it goes from a sort of like a low governance aspect as well. So purpose-led investing is the decision to go along that journey with companies and to get to a point where we're no longer just looking at environmental issues, social issues, and governance issues from a risk perspective, but we're now actually looking at it from a positive outcomes perspective. And how do you actually improve our carbon emissions or female representation on boards and etc.
Thank you, Darren. I think, it may be helpful to summarize a little bit on saying, if you had to think about this in practice, there are billions, trillions of dollars that is under investment. Much of that is actually our pension funds that are invested in one way or the other. And if we think about that, that money should actually, apart from buying us just a financial return, be buying us a future that we want to retire into. If the way in which that money has been created has actually resulted in environmental degradation, it has actually exacerbated social inequity and the like, then is that really worth the financial return that we've gotten? So if you had a fantastic financial return with millions and millions of rands in the bank, But when you retire, you don't have access to clean water. You're sitting in a society with massive social inequities that is resulting in huge crime, and you're spending half your money just on protecting yourself. Is that really worth the money that you have in the bank? And so it's really about saying how responsibly, I think, Darren, that we use that money and we steward it. And so underlying that, I think Darren's mentioned a number of strategies that can be deployed to get that money to actually be used in a way that results in positive outcomes. Darren, I'm hoping that helps to summarize a little bit of that. But I think a little bit, maybe the question about why should I care, right? Because most of us, when we open our savings statement or our pension fund statement, the first thing we do is look at how much it's grown, right, from year to year. We're not really thinking about what did the company do to get that growth, okay? So why should I care?
Well, ultimately, it's about materiality. It's that these factors do have a contribution in making sure that when you're looking at that statement one day, it continues to grow. So if we look at impacts of climate on companies, right? So companies now have to consider their contribution to carbon emissions so that investors can understand that and make decisions as they steer their money in a particular way. So the materiality aspect of it is we saw what happened in KZN earlier this year with the floods, right? That's both cost portfolio value, economic value, and the value of lives, right? We've lost, I think, 7 billion rand in that process and 400 lives, which has a negative impact on our portfolios. Climate change is only going to get worse, and the impacts of climate change is only going to get worse, right? So those events will happen more frequently, or conversely to that, we would be in drought environments where we lose the access to food security, right? So anybody investing in agriculture, anybody investing in land-based activities will also lose portfolio value at some point. So it's not only about considering my statement today for tomorrow, but considering my statement for 5 years to 10 years or 15 years later. If we use up all of that sort of potential or capital in the next few years, we will get to the point where we're no longer able to continue growing sort of 10, 15 years onwards. So yes, there's materiality in the environmental space, in the social space as well. Again, we saw what happened with Marikana a few years ago, where sort of bad social policies and bad corporate governance led to, again, loss of lives, but also it took down the entire sector. It wasn't just Lonmin that had experienced down growth in that period. Sort of the entire mining changed, the economies changed, and the rand lost a lot of value in that space. That also stole value from your portfolios over that period in time, or had the potential to steal value from your portfolio in that period of time. And then again, Steinhoff, which again took down so many pension funds when through its bad corporate governance could not maintain. So asking our pension funds to consider these these realities so that we don't continue going through Steinhoff type situations, we don't continue going through Lonmin Marikana type situations, or we don't continue losing money through floods or droughts, etc. So there's that materiality, but it's also, to Shameela's point, around sort of personal materiality, retiring into an environment where security becomes a threat, where inequalities is still rife, and where you can't go to the beach because it's too hot, or your lifestyle or your retirement value is diminished over that period of time. So Shameela is talking about pension funds and how much money has been allocated towards this. So globally, this is not just a nice to do anymore. It has definitely become mainstream. ESG investing and responsible investment is mainstream. The PRI, the organization that I work for, Principles for Responsible Investment, we have 5,000 global investment managers and asset managers looking towards environmental, social, and governance factors. Of that, they represent $121 trillion under management. And for that, in context, it's about 70% of all assets under management are signatories to the PRI and are considering how to incorporate ESG into the investment making decisions. From a South African context, about 85 to 90% of the assets under management in South Africa are signatories to the PRI and are improving their investment policies to incorporate ESG space. The one thing that is missing within the South African context is what we call market demand. It's from the people in the room. So not only should we care because of our retirement and our benefits and everything else, but we can care about it today. And asking our pension funds and the trustees of our pension funds to look at wider than just purely financial return is instrumental both for your personal retirement, for your personal investment, but also your long-term retirement. So yeah, the reason to care, it's material. It means something and matters.
So Darren, thank you. I think through that you've basically sketched out, I think, very clearly to all of us why we should care, but you've also given us some insights on things that we can do to start shifting the dial. So each of us, well, most of us probably are likely an investor of some sort. If you're an investor in a pension fund, your immediate port of call is the trustees of that pension fund, if I hear you correctly. Ask, what are we investing in? Have we understood what the risk of that is? Is it invested in things that might not be the best from an environmental or social perspective? Because that's my money that you're using effectively to be able to buy me a retirement that I want, right? Not just a financial return. And so those are some of the things I think that we can start doing, is asking questions. But Darren, you've mentioned some staggering numbers, right? And my question was about how it's played out in the markets, which you've touched on to a large extent. And those numbers are staggering. And but how much of that is real? Like, how much of that is greenwashing and saying we're applying an ESG lens, meanwhile nothing's changed?
Yeah, it's a very fair question. So again, about 90% of South Africa's asset under management are aligned to the principles for responsible investment. What this effectively means is that at least 50% of their assets under management, of each pension fund or each asset manager's assets, need to consider financial risks, but also environmental risks, social risks, and governance risks, right? And how it plays out in the market is, there's been a proliferation of sort of new products that have come to market as well for investors to consider and invest in. So on the fixed income side, we've had what we consider label bonds. So it's bonds that have specific characteristics based on the outcome of where those funds are going to be going. So we have what we call green bonds, social bonds, transition bonds, and So a green bond would come from a corporate issuer, a state, a sovereign, etc., that will issue these bonds for the intention of doing something in a climate-friendly space. So whether it be green energy, whether it be about sort of like clean infrastructure, etc., it will be about how do these bonds come through place. So these label bonds, I think globally, have grown to I think it's close to what $300 billion worth of investments in green bonds in these label bonds, so across green, social, etc. In the South African context, I think we've got over $1 billion. You mentioned
Just on the JSE, there's over $1 billion worth of green bonds that have been listed. Yeah, this is small fraction of the market, but it's a growing portion.
And so again, that's going towards renewable energy spaces and all that jazz. So a lot of the time is like how it's played out in the market. What we do see is that from pension funds are creating these ESG frameworks and landscapes by which to assess their investment managers. So if you recognize the investment chain, it's you give money to a pension fund, the pension fund collects that, gives it on to an investment manager. They will go into the market and make collective investment decisions, return the information back to the pension fund, and give it to you when you retire. So in that that sort of value chain, pension funds are now putting significant pressure on the investment manager and saying, I need you to consider how to reduce your climate emissions within your portfolio, how to ensure that you have diversity and inclusion. So, I mean, there's, within the DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, there's different definitions for it. So it's how do you include diversity, equity, and inclusion into your boards? Are you getting sort of breaking away from groupthink and now having more innovation and creativity coming in your board so that you can maintain your performance over the long period of time? What are you doing to reduce social inequalities, etc.? So those questions are now being asked onto investment managers, and they are putting those questions onto companies, and companies are now transitioning. An example is that Tiger Brands, or just one example that I can think of, Tiger Brands now has this program where 2 weeks before the canned good goes to before it expires, they'll call it back in, to store and then donate that. So it reduces waste and it feeds homeless people or hungry people, and they've given it to many of those Fees Must Fall campaigners or the students that have benefited from Fees Must Fall. So it's in actions like that that reduce food, improve food security, reduce waste, and is generally beneficial for society. But because Tiger Brands does that, their financial performance has never been lost. It hasn't impacted at all on their financial performance because they wouldn't have sold those products anyway with 2 weeks prior to expiry.
Thank you, Dan. I think what you signaled is intent, firstly, but I think you brought it right back to saying that the pressure comes from the bottom up, right?
Yep.
And it's about who's putting pressure on, what are the trustees doing, what is important to us, right, as collective owners of this, to be able to say to our pension funds, but what are you doing with that money? And then the pension funds being able to pass that on to asset managers to be able to say, we require that this is what the lenses that you need to use. And so it came right back to us, right? We can engage with the trustee. We can say, we care about these issues. What are you doing? And how's my money working to make sure that we're thinking more sustainably about what we do? So Darren, I'm aware we have sort of just 5 minutes left, and we've kind of got maybe 2 more questions or so to go to before we go to Q&A with the audience. A little bit about how do I know that my money is making a difference?
And so that's ultimately from 2 angles, right? It's like, how do I know my money is reducing negative impact, but also enhancing positive outcomes? And that's probably like the biggest question within responsible investment and sustainability at the moment, especially as you move towards impact investing, where you actually want your money to have an outcome. So perhaps just to frame the conversation is, globally, every time a company says that I've done this thing, I have reduced my carbon emissions by this amount, I have this amount of females on the board, that goes through an assurance process where somebody validates that those claims are correct, usually through one of the accounting firms, so like Deloitte, PwC, etc. And then also globally, there are reporting standards. Much like within the accounting terms, you have the International Framework for Reporting Standards, or International Financial Reporting Standards, IFRS. There are their equivalents, the International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB, or SASB, or whatever.
GRI, yeah.
There's the Global Reporting Initiative, GRI. A lot of these organizations are working to make sure that what companies report on and how they report become standardized. So it's no that potential to greenwash and to say, my investment is doing this because my company says so, that because I say so disappears. It's now becoming very much a show me type environment, rather than just claiming or that greenwashing marketing speech. So as the world, and again, as I mentioned, purpose is very much action orientated. So these are the active steps that the industry more globally is doing to make sure that when we say we have impact, we can quantify it, measure it, and report on it appropriately.
Great, thanks, Darren. So that's some insight onto the how, right? Is it verified? Who's checking? It's not good enough to say because I said so, right? Okay, and then Darren, maybe my final question before we turn to Q&A: balancing financial return and purpose or impact. Is there a trade-off?
Yeah.
Ideally, we want to have both, right?
Exactly, and we find that it very much is the case. We have within the PRI, we are a research-based organization as well. There's about 2,000 pieces of research that we have collected on impact investing or ESG investing, and the trade-off to financial investing, we don't see a statistically significant difference as to investing for impact or not. Financial returns still follow the same financial rigor as it always has, but with these added aspects of impact, we don't see that because you're considering doing good or improving certain environments that you'll be losing financial return. It doesn't seem to be statistically significant. Then within sort of on the fixed income side of things, bonds, we actually find that green bonds carry reduced credit default swap points. So effectively, these are traders betting on a potential bond failing, effectively, so a credit default swap. We find that green bonds have lower risk effectively associated to it. So companies that are investing or going to market and getting debt to do a renewable project, for example, we find that it's less likely that that bond fails.
Wow.
So yeah, there's no trade-off for investing for impact, but we do see that there is improvement or at least potential for like reduced risk at very least by considering more than just financial risks, by looking at environmental, social, and governance risks.
Thank you, Darren. So it is possible to do well and do good. There we have it. Okay, Darren, thank you so much for that. I think now we can turn to the audience for questions.
I have a few questions. It seems we've got a robust online audience who've got questions for you, actually.
Me?
Shameela.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So we're flipping your chair right now.
Okay.
So can you speak to the issue of government's insistence on still putting so much money into fossil fuel extraction, because it's coal, right, in the mining sector and the like, instead of investing in renewable energy? There's a lot of talk, but renewables, it still doesn't seem that a lot is being done on the ground.
I think on that one, the recent announcements by the president, particularly around what we want to do to deal with our energy crisis, given the situation with Eskom, actually does change that narrative quite a bit, Fifi, I don't know if I'm right, Darren, in that, we've been actually quite now emphatic about the need to increase the renewables contribution into the grid. Some of the other things that have been created that help with that enabling environment is, for example, upping the cap on how much self-generation can happen. For those of you that think this is all jargon, it effectively means that people other than the energy utility can actually start producing electricity, and the amount that they can do has actually increased, which means that the opportunity for other people to provide energy into the grid has done that. So that starts changing it. And given the price parity with renewables, actually, that is the strongest business case right now for anybody wanting to produce power outside of Eskom. And so I think that environment is becoming liberated. And of course, we do need to consider the transition narrative of the country. We're not going to switch off fossil overnight and switch on renewables tomorrow. There's a pathway that needs to happen. There are considerations on things like baseload electricity that do require the type of grid that we have now. But that pathway, I think, is one that we're trying to accelerate now to change the mix to have a larger component of renewables, in which we need to do, right? It's part of the common kind of asset that we have as the globe that needs to reduce our carbon emissions. So there's a common responsibility, and I think South Africa is committed to doing that. So we certainly need to see that. I think market forces are going to see us anyway seeing an increase in renewables, but transition is very important, because for a country like ours, where there's a huge number of jobs, for example, that are tied into the fossil value chain, being able to change that in a way that doesn't leave people behind and leave stranded communities, people with unemployment, is going to be critically important. So that combined process, I think, is actually looking quite positive. Also, the development around the Presidential Climate Commission, which is dealing specifically with these issues, I think are positives, and we can all stand behind that and push for more renewables, but at the same time understand that we have a responsibility to transition responsibly.
Yeah, and transition, I suppose, is the word. And I think I'd agree with you, because there's a lot of companies that have been releasing their financial results following the announcement of the President's Energy Action Plan. And all of those CEOs, you ask them one question about what they're planning to do now that they can generate as much as they like in terms of their own power and reduce their dependence from Eskom, everybody's talking about acting on it. So I suppose it's a process that is unfolding, perhaps to the person that posed the question. I mean, it's not unfolding quick enough for his or her liking, but one that's going ahead nonetheless. 2 questions, Darren, around the law, because yes, there's this push, there's this recognition that we need to, be better, greener citizens, as it were. But is there a clearly defined regulatory framework that's also driving this?
Yeah, yes, there is. So regulation is a big factor globally, but also in South Africa. So our Pension Fund Act, for example, deems it to be pension funds' fiduciary duties to consider environmental, social, and governance risks alongside financial return. So it's not within our current regulation, we're saying you have to consider this. But globally, what's happening as well is that South Africa, again, with Europe being a very big trading partner of ours, Europe has gone full tilt on ensuring that corporates and companies go through sort of like mandatory reporting on their environmental and social risks and how those risks will affect those companies' performance. So there's a big push. In South Africa, the JSE has been phenomenal in the space as well. They have produced sort of guidance disclosures as to how companies can report along the space. And I think as early as 2000, the JSE has provided the directive to companies to say that they are meant to do sustainability reporting. I think it's as early as...
It's under the requirements under the King Code.
The King
so
Code,
companies listed on the JSE need to report in accordance with the recommendations of the King Code of Corporate Governance. And King explicitly requires companies to think about people, planet, and profit. So it doesn't prescribe what you must report on, but it tells you need to consider that and disclose how you've considered that and what your actions are.
Is there a effective compliance framework as well? Because these companies can say they're doing it, but are they doing what they say? So who's monitoring that?
So the recommendation on King Code is actually a listings requirement. Okay. So the JSE issue regulation, the listings authority, obviously monitors that. And so that part is definitely a listings requirement. But Darren's also mentioned the disclosure guidance, which gives a lot more granularity. That at this stage is still guidance, and mandatory reporting across the board and sustainability for the country will happen, more as a combined harmonious approach across all the regulators in the country.
All right. So I'm going to set you guys up for a whole lot of engagement during the tea break that's coming up. I prioritize the online questions just to respect everyone's time. I'm sure you've got plans after this that you need to get to on time. But here they are during the tea break. Go ahead. But I'd like to thank the both of you for really sharing a very insightful, informative, and important discussion. Can we give them a warm applause? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So another quick comfort break to stretch our legs and powder our noses and visit the exhibitions and visit Sonto. So the JSE is wanting to make you feel really comfortable. There's a lady who's on the first floor. You can get a massage, get something now with her, and we'll see you back.
Hello, my name is Nomhle and I'm a personal stylist. Today I'm going to be talking to you about dressing for success. I know from experience what it feels like to have a wardrobe filled with clothes that you don't like, that barely fits you, and that you don't even wear. So today I'm going to talk to you about why it's important to dress for success, but also where to start. So stay tuned to find out more. Why is it important to dress for success? I think most importantly, you can use your wardrobe to give you that extra confidence boost. There's nothing like when you feel good, you walk the talk, and you step into a room and heads turn. So I think that investing in your wardrobe is important because to get that extra bit of confidence to need, whether it's in your career or in your personal life, can make a world of difference. Secondly, Using your wardrobe as a form of self-care is one of the best things that you can do for yourself. It's effort that it takes to make your wardrobe what you want it to be, but also to take the time and nurture yourself and making sure that you put your best foot forward every day. Thirdly, you can also use your wardrobe to express yourself creatively. Every day when you get dressed, you can use your clothes to show off your personality or even your mood. And of course, depending on where you're going, you can use your clothes to suit that particular event. So I highly recommend making the investment into your wardrobe and reap the benefits. Where do you start? The first thing that I would recommend is to pick 3 words that you would like to use to describe your ideal style. This will then help you when you're making decisions about what to wear, because each piece you will decide on whether it fits that style ideal that you have described. So using those 3 words will always be a guide that you can use. For me, I like to describe my style as simple, well put together, and polished. So I would advise you to think of the same and use this going forward. Next, you want to do an audit of your wardrobe. What do you have and what do you love? I highly recommend getting rid of anything that doesn't fit you, whether it's your ideal weight or you're waiting for a special occasion, or it's something that you haven't worn in a long time. I highly recommend getting rid of these clothes because they often fill your wardrobe with things that you don't wear, and they just add to your frustration when you're picking an outfit every day. You also want to make sure that you keep clothes that you love, clothes that are in a color you love, that looks good on you, clothes that you feel good in, and clothes that fit you well. I think it's important to make sure that when you step out the house every day, that your clothes are comfortable, that they look good, and that they are well made. So do this audit, take your time. You don't have to do it in a day, but I think it's one of the most important places to start so that what you're left with at the end of the day is a wardrobe, at least with clothes that you love, before you move on to the next step. Step 3. Now you've taken out the clothes that you don't love, that you don't wear, or that doesn't fit you. The next step would be for you to make a list of anything that you feel is missing. If you need to replace a jacket, pants, shoes, make a list of those items, because when you're shopping going forward, you want to make sure that you're ready and that you know what is missing. So make that list, make it as long as you need it to be, because it takes time to work through that list. Right, so there's the important part, the fun part, where you start going shopping. So you don't have to break the bank when you go shopping, but what I would recommend is that you take your time. Decide on 5 items that you need right now, 5 that can wait perhaps another couple of weeks, days, or months, and slowly make your way through your list. You want to find clothes that fit you well, that look good on you, and that are made of a good quality fabric. And what I've often found is that if you take your time, go to different stores, you don't have to only buy from one shop, and you can even explore others. But take your time in this journey and don't break your budget. You want to make sure that maybe you can put some money aside every month and assign that to your clothes, but make sure that you go into this process with a clear mind, with a clear plan, and buying pieces that you only love. Right, so what do you do next? When you decide to start your shopping journey, I would recommend making sure that you go on a day when you're comfortable and you've got time and you feel patient, because it can take some time to find the right pieces. When you do go into the store and you do find some items, make sure that it's a piece that you love. Don't settle for something that's almost what you want, but only buy things that are exactly what you want. Because if you buy something that you don't love, it's going to go into your wardrobe and it's going to sit there like everything else. So I would recommend having an open mind and only buying the best of the best. Let's look at an example. This white shirt is something that I bought a few years ago. It's a good quality shirt. It's got a lovely collar and it's a little bit longer, which means that I can wear it to work and tuck it into formal pants, but also on the weekend, I can leave it out, wear it with some jeans, maybe put on a pair of heels or sneakers, but it's something that I know will last me years and years. I don't have to keep going back to buy a white shirt because I made the good decision when I bought it the first time. Something else that I recommend is when you have an item that you like in store, is to think of 3 ways that you can wear it. I say this because it will help you make the most of your wardrobe. If you buy something that is only for a very specific day or occasion, chances are that you won't wear it again. And what this means is that it's going to sit in your wardrobe and be a part of the pile of clothes that you don't wear. So think of 3 ways that you can wear something. For example, with the shirt, I know that I can wear it when I go to work. I can tuck it into some formal pants. On the weekend, I can put on a pair of jeans and have it with a pair of sneakers. And perhaps even on a lovely summer day, I could wear it open with shorts and maybe some sandals. And those are the 3 ways that I definitely know that I can wear the shirt. So I challenge you to do the same going forward. It's not always easy, but it will really help you get creative and expand your view when you're looking at your wardrobe. Another rule of thumb that I like to share with my clients is that you should limit how many prints that you buy. I would highly recommend buying clothes in solid colors. Even though you may love a piece in the store and you know exactly how you want to wear it, chances are that you will feel that you've worn that item too many times. So sticking to basic colors, black, white, camel, navy, gray, for example, is always a good way to go. And if you are really big on prints, I would recommend sticking to stripes, leopard print, and maybe polka dots. But anything outside of that, you might find that you may get tired of that item quicker than you would like to. Another tip that I would recommend is to mix and match your wardrobe. We often think of our work wardrobe separately to what our casual wardrobe is. And I think this is a limiting view of your wardrobe. If you use pieces that you wear casually and bring them into your formal environment and using your formal clothes and also wear them in casual occasions, you could get even more out of your wardrobe. For example, if you have a pair of trousers and maybe they're in a specific color, you can take those trousers, put them on with a t-shirt on the weekend with some sneakers, and you will look amazing. So think of your wardrobe in that way going forward. You don't have to segment your wardrobe into casual, formal, or special occasions. Another tip that I would use is social media. This is a great way to get some ideas about what to wear and how to put outfits together. When I started out in my styling journey, I would copy exactly what people would wear online, and that started me out. Pinterest and Instagram are great ways to start. You can often search for specific items. For example, if you buy a trench coat, you can put in an Instagram search or Pinterest search for trench coats, and you can get some ideas about how to style a trench coat. For example, you could wear with a t-shirt, jeans, loafers, with your trench coat on casually. And then for work, you can have a trench coat with trousers, heels, and a shirt, and you would be good to go. There are some pieces that you can use to start on your journey to make your life a little bit easier. I would recommend a plain, crisp white shirt, a black blazer, a black pair of trousers, a good pair of blue jeans, a pair of loafers or heels if you prefer, a lovely fitting dress, perhaps even in your favorite color, and then you can also add some accessories. Speaking of accessories, I think they're a great way to enhance your outfit. This can take the form of your earrings, your jewelry, your handbag, a belt, or even sunglasses. Using accessories to show your personality or even add in some color is a great and affordable way to really be creative with your outfits. The last piece of advice that I have is to really make use of a tailor. It can be tricky to find a piece of clothing that fits you exactly the way that you want. And if you love the piece, it's a good item, it fits into your budget, and you know you'll wear it for years to come, it's worth getting a tailor just to make that little adjustment for you to make sure that you get the most out of it. What I often do is if I have several pairs of pants that I've bought, I take them to my tailor in one go. I know it can be a bit admin intensive to do that, but it's really worth the investment because there's nothing like a well-fitting pair of pants. At the end of the day, your wardrobe should be fun. It should be easy and it should be something that you look forward to doing. So don't put yourself under too much pressure. Start small, be patient, and work yourself through that list that we mentioned. Remember, each piece should really speak to you as a person, what you like, and not necessarily be about what your friend likes or what looks good on somebody else. Use your own personality, your own decisions, you know yourself best, and have fun.
What? Here we go now. Fat man scoop on the mic. Mix in the mix on the wheels of steel. This is what I was fucking born to do. Yes, let's go.
Welcome back to JSE SheInvests 2022. My name is Valdene Reddy and I'm the Director of Capital Markets at the JSE. As a woman in markets for almost 2 decades, I'm thrilled at your eagerness and interest to participate. From a very early age, I was surrounded by strong, hard-working, entrepreneurial women, from my great-grandmother, grandmother, and mum, who valued being wise and disciplined in their savings. I submerged myself into trying to understand and know markets better, and to know investments as well, to establish my own financial independence. Warren Buffett said, "Give your children enough to do anything, but not enough to do nothing." Now, as a mother of 3 girls, this has become an even bigger priority to educate, enable, and empower my children to start their own savings and investment journey. I encourage you to do the same as you build knowledge and carve out your own path to financial inclusion and independence. Today is really shaping up to be a memorable one for all, and for us, it's not over yet. We have some amazing prizes coming up in our lucky draw, so best of luck to you all. For now, though, let's continue with our program and find out more about fearlessly owning the markets. Have an awesome day at our JSE SheInvests 2022 event.
All right, so we're in the final stretch of today's program, the grand finale, as it were. And as Valdene said, today is around fearlessly owning the market. And our fabulous panel that is standing by is here to tell us practically how to do it, how to get started, what it means. And it's going to be moderated, the panel, by Adon, one of the dons in investments, Miss Adele Hattingh of the JSE, and she's speaking to a lot more dons, including a lady who calls herself Beyonce.
Yeah, it's true.
I feel like I don't need to tell you who it is, but in any case, Adele, over to you.
Thanks, Fifi. Afternoon, everyone. So the reality is that many South Africans find it difficult to save and invest, and that's for many deep-seated and complex reasons. And now with living costs skyrocketing, the price of petrol, groceries, you name it, is becoming so difficult to keep a tab on essentially our tab. How do we go about even deciding to save, never mind invest? And theoretically, there is a plethora, a range of financial educational methods and tools, online services, useful apps, you name it. So in theory, the tools are there that can make investing simple, in theory. However, the journey always starts with the first step, but it needs a direction. To help me make sense of what that directions should look like, I am joined by 3 stellar female financial leaders who will unpack the starter pack, if I can call it that, for the eager budding investor. I'm going to start on this side. Now, Nerina Visser is an ETF strategist and advisor with a specialist focused on exchange-traded products and benchmark indices. She is a director of the ETFSA Portfolio Management Company, where she oversees the management of specialist investment portfolios of ETPs for a broad range of clients. She has played a pivotal role on various advisory committees, from the CFA Society to local and peer exchange product committees. She's also a regular market commentator in the media and a seasoned speaker at conferences, seminars, and workshops in South Africa, throughout the continent, and on the global stage. Welcome, Nerina.
Thank you, Adele.
Now, next is Beyonce. Jessica Maluleke is head of client engagement at Easy Equities. She is the mother to the most beautiful girl, lover of netball, passionate about investing and creating wealth, not only for herself, but for generations that will follow, and making the financial industry inclusive, and an avid believer in destigmatizing investing and making it available and accessible for all. Thanks for joining us, Jessica. And then last but not least, Dineo Tumela, Client Engagement Manager at SPG Securities for Retail Equities, is a former business writer and columnist for Business Times and the Financial Mail. Her love for the financial literacy and stock markets led her into the stockbroking world in 2017 when she joined Standard Online Sheet Trading. In her current role, she focuses on aligning clients with the educational tools they need to make responsible investment decisions. She is passionate about demystifying financial markets and empowering others to take control of their financial wellness. So I am surrounded by greatness, by women that want to make a difference, that want to be impactful. And I think, so let's talk about making that impact, about the first step of this investment journey or this investment voyage. Where do I begin? What do I need to consider when I start my investment journey? How do I start planning? This is old adage that says, if I fail to plan, I plan to fail. I need structure. I need discipline. So I'm going to ask Jessica and Dineo to lean in here, and let's talk a little bit about that, unpacking that first step around starting my journey, forming some kind of discipline. Maybe, Jessica, you can kick us off here.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. The first thing I would say is find your why. Why are you doing it? In my bio, she mentioned I'm the mother to the most beautiful girl. That's how I feel. And so everything that I do for her. That's my why. So once you find your why, which is setting a goal, you're able to then start strategizing how you are going to reach the finish line. Whether you want to save, whether you want to invest, where you want to put your money, just find your why. Because you can't start anything without knowing. You can't just start running. Where you're running to, you know where you want to go. So that'll be the first thing. Find your why.
That goal. So having a clear goal, an objective, whether it is for retirement, whether it's for school funds, whether it's for holiday, and then deciding, how do I get there? And maybe, Danae, what do you think about that? How do we get there?
No, so I absolutely agree with Jessica. I think having your why and understanding your why is very important. But I also think, to what you said about planning, sometimes after we've discovered and we've settled on the why, and it's time to go out there and start doing things, it gets very intimidating. And I mean, investing is very intimidating. Who do I go to? How do I trust them? Where am I? Can I even afford this? So one of the things I always say is actually look at your financial situation. Sit down, have an honest conversation with yourself and your bank account, and see what can I actually realistically start with. And then you can start shopping around. What are the platforms that I can use? What are the reputable places that I can go to? Don't get too stuck in the planning of the things. It's almost like, when we tell people you need to learn how to budget, and everyone knows, and then you write down this beautiful budget and that's just it. I've written my budget and now I'm going to close it and open it up in 6 months' time. It is very important to commit. So with your why, write the goal down. Right, I'm going to start investing 100 Rand, 200 Rand, 500 Rand every month. Right? And if I can't start it this month, I need to do the research to know that, okay, by next month, I've opened an investment account and I've linked everything up and I've set up a debit order to automate it and make sure that I don't have to think too much about it. And it is intimidating as well, because it's like, okay, then I've started investing, and then now what do I invest in?
Yeah.
And I think the very important thing here is you're not going to get it right the first time around. The important thing is, in as much as you're planning, you also need to have the patience to learn. It's a learning journey. It's a long-term journey. Don't think you're going to make money in 3 months. Don't think you're going to double your 1,000 Rand in 2 weeks. It does not work like that. You do need to have the patience. You need to have the patience to learn. You need to have the patience to make mistakes. And you need to have the patience to live out 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, live out a proper, solid wealth building journey.
And I think another thing about the why, as Jessica said, is also understanding who you are financially. What is my financial personality? What is my risk profile? What is my risk appetite? I am, gung-ho, let's invest in crypto as an example. Or I'm a bit more conservative and I'll rather do cash because that's what I understand, that's what I know. Maybe we can talk a little bit about that risk profile and the fact that there actually are tools out there as well to help you discover who your financial personality is, who that financial person is, because it's very different from your average person, average day personality, let me put it that. Things become complicated when you start working with money. Then it's a different story. So maybe let's talk a bit about that.
So, and I know a lot of people have probably heard about it. 22/7 is a really good tool, right? That helps you build your financial picture, right? At Standard Bank, we have My 360, which is like a similar thing. But what it does, basically, one helps you almost, like I said, when you start budgeting, it's very intimidating because now you have to open your bank statement and then you start seeing, where actually is my money going? Those tools put it all in one place. They simplify it for you, and then they highlight, this is where you're sinking money. You're spending too much money at the movies, clubbing, alcohol, groceries, eggs. And so they help you first. I think the first step, understand before, as I'm trying to map out my financial personality, where am I? Because how we perceive ourselves versus the reality of who we are sometimes two very different things. So that kind of puts things into perspective. I aspire to invest, but can I do it? So I've got a tool that's going to say, yes, you can. And how much can you do? And then there are several ways. So people with money, they don't have to, DIY this stuff. They go to some other person who studied a lot, and they give them their money and they say, tell me what to do. And that person says, I got you. Give me your 3 million rand. I don't have 3 million rand. So when it comes to these things, there's a lot of online tests as well. And a lot of platforms actually start asking you, what kind of investor are you? Are you prepared to lose this? Are you prepared to do that? Because that risk element then becomes very important. Understanding, if I take my 10,000 rand. I know a lot of these Instagram, especially the Instagram Forex people, they'll be like, I'll double your money. And then you have a lot of people who will resign, take their pensions, whatever, pour it all into it. This is all they have to live on. And they pour it into this and then they lose that. You don't have that. That determines, what am I prepared to lose, right? You have to think about that. When you're investing, don't think about what I could possibly make. Think about what am I prepared to lose? Because that will then determine how or what you should be investing in, and your time horizon as well.
Thanks, Janae. I think there's one last point that I think is important, is that you don't need to be in this alone. There is an opportunity to have a social structure, a social support structure around you. Have an accountability buddy, have an investment club, even the support function on some of these apps as well also serve as a way of not making you feel so isolated and so alone. So I think with the tech that's available, there's also the social aspect of it as well that can enhance the tech experience, if I can put it that way. So I think we need to move on. So I think another thing that, as part of our journey, so now we said we need structure, we need discipline, we need to start this journey. Now I need to talk about the mechanism, the investment account, because not all investment accounts are created equal. Am I right? Narina, I'd love you to add some color on this, and Jessica, please join. I mean, how do you start choosing an investment account? What are the things that I need to consider? Those basic things that aren't always so basic, right?
Yeah. I think people tend to want to jump in with what investment am I going to buy? So as much as Jessica was talking about the why, people immediately want to get into the what. Which share am I going to buy? What is the hot tip of the month? But there are two very important steps prior to that. Danae has alluded to the investment platform. So where am I actually going to learn, engage, transact, do all of this? And yes, there are so many out there, and I usually recommend find something that you're already comfortable with. You might be a Standard Bank client, Standard Bank online share trading, it sits right there alongside your Standard Bank stuff. Start there. You might be an easy equities client. You might want to say, you know what, I like this online, this app type of world. I prefer the digital environment. I'm going to go for an easy equities. You might be someone that is comfortable with the digital side, but you still want to have a person, somebody that you can talk to that's allowed to give you advice to help you on this journey. So the ETFSA Investor Hub can do all of that for you. It can give you the information, but there's also human beings at the back end. You're not just a number, somebody who can actually talk you through it. Once you've decided on your platform, a very, very important next step is what type of account do I need? And here I'm not just talking about, is this an account in which I can make regular debit orders or lump sums or whatever the case might be. I think we completely underestimate the power of the tax-free investment account. And I emphasize the investment aspect of it because many people might be familiar with the tax-free savings account, thinking that that's the only way that you can do it, and your bank has already opened one for you, great. And the only thing that you do in there is you put money in and you earn interest. But the tax-free investment account gives you a multitude of tax savings opportunities. And my recommendation for everybody and anybody, I don't care if you are 3 months old or pushing 130, a tax-free investment account is one of the best things that government has ever given us. Make use of that opportunity. Make sure that your first investment and, very importantly, your investment for your children go into a tax-free investment account. I'm not talking here about saving for your child's school fees in a tax-free investment account. I'm not talking about saving your emergency funds in a tax-free account. I'm here talking about an investment account. Think of it as a tree that you're planting, a fruit tree. You want to plant a tree that over many, many years can grow not just into a big tree, but actually into an orchard of trees where you will live off the fruit of what comes from your investment. That's really the purpose of what we want to do. There's a great opportunity set in terms of that, and you specifically can invest in ETFs in it. It's one of the rules. There are rules around all of these things, but one of the rules is that you actually cannot buy individual shares in a tax-free investment account. So that's where the beauty of ETFs, exchange traded funds, they also listed here on the JSE, just like your individual shares, but instead of buying just a single company, you get a whole basket, you get a whole combo, package deal type of thing. Great opportunity to diversify some of the risk that you might have, and at the same time also start the journey there and then continue with your learning journey. So before you jump in and thinking, I'm going to buy this share or that asset or whatever, consider the platform and then the type of account in which you're going to be doing it. And very importantly, as Adele said, understand who you are. What is it that you need to help you along on this journey? In order to fearlessly own the market, you need the things that will help you to overcome the fears. And trust me, we all have those.
Yeah.
So know yourself well enough and then find the help that you need in whatever forms it come, and then just get going, just get started. You know, you're never going to learn to drive a car by standing and watching someone else do it. You've actually got to get behind the wheel and start doing it.
Thanks, Nerina. I think that's such an important point to point out, especially when you start assessing the different accounts or mechanisms that exist there. Make sure that you understand what the value proposition is of each one. So if one offers all the bells and whistles and a lot for obviously a fee, ask yourself, is that really what I need, what I'm going to use it for? Probably not. Let me look at something else that still offers me access to the market, but that won't necessarily charge me a fee, that I can maybe use that money to invest into whatever financial goal I'm trying to achieve. I want us just to unpack a little bit around ETFs that you were talking about, Nerina. I think it's important to really peel away some of the benefits of ETFs. You know, the fact that it's accessible, I think that's important to talk about. Transparent. We get involved in lots of investment decisions, and we don't always fully know what we're investing in. I think it's amazing what ETFs can offer. So I'm going to ask maybe Nerina, if you just give us a little bit of color on that, similarly to what you think would be important to understand and know when deciding to invest in an ETF, how I can potentially dovetail that with my tax-free savings account.
I'm going to start with one of my favorite sort of analogies. I know that ETF stands for Exchange Traded Fund. And I'm going to give you three different explanations. E is for efficient. It's one of the most efficient ways for you to get your money working, a small amount of money working in a very big way. Because for as little as 300 Rand or even less at a time, you can buy investments into a whole range of companies. You know, whether it is a top 40 ETF that buys the 40 biggest companies on the JSE, or whether it's a total world equity ETF where you are buying 9,000 companies from around the world. Can you imagine that you can do that with 100 Rand or with 300 Rand? You cannot do that if you're trying to buy the individual shares. But the efficiency of the package deal is what an ETF gives you. Adele mentioned the T, transparency. The transparency of an ETF is powerful. Think of those hampers that you buy, you know, at Valentine's Day time or Christmas time or whatever. Or the lucky packet that the kids buy, you know, they're very opaque, they're very glitzy and glamoury and look great, but you've got no idea whether you're going to get a plastic whistle on the inside or whatever. ETFs are completely transparent. They're in cling wrap. You can actually see with this hamper, I'm getting Romany creams and 5 roses tea. Yay, that works for me. So they are transparent. So go to the trouble of looking what's inside that ETF, because that's effectively what you're buying in this very efficient vehicle. The final one is then the F for flexibility. The fact that you can change things quite easily, the efficiency of a single ETF, but the flexibility to put together a whole lot of these in one portfolio. So for me, those are really the powerful things, but they are quite different compared to maybe how we would typically assess other investments. So use those ETF aspects of the ETFs, go and engage, learn more about it, and don't buy something on the basis of the glamorous, glitzy, lucky packet wrapper that you see around something. Look through the cling wrap and the transparency and see whether this is something that talks to you, that you understand, and that you know, yes, I want to have shares in Apple and Netflix and Microsoft, or I want to have shares in Standard Bank and BHP and Woolworths. Know what's inside your investment, and that will help you to engage and understand, and again, overcome that fear of what the heck am I doing here? So,
and I think maybe just to add to that, because I just want to wrap up this question specifically, it's around the asset classes. The fact, like you mentioned, you can now have exposure to all these big brand names at the fraction of a cost wrapped up into a little unit, if I could call it that. The idea of a portfolio, constructing a portfolio, and I know it sounds daunting when we talk about portfolio construction, but if you look at ETFs and what it stands for, that ETF, those are building blocks.
Yep.
So as an investor, I can actually put my own portfolio together.
Yes.
So with ETFs, you do get the opportunity to essentially build your own portfolio. And you are right. When we say portfolio, it sounds very intimidating. So I like to think of it as build your own shopping basket, right? Narina's already said it. When you go shopping, I mean, unless you're like me, when there's a special on oil or toilet paper or eggs, I will buy all the eggs, right? But I obviously can't have eggs only in my kitchen, right? I need to have other food. So I take my trolley and I get apples, I'll get, some washing things. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes into my trolley. But weekly, I might go and only do grocery shopping. I don't need to buy handy Andy every week, right? And then every now and then I might need something else. But you see that the things that come into my trolley very unchanged. And it's the same thing when you're putting together your portfolio, right? You need to think, okay, what do I need? So instead of your household, now think about your financial situation. What do I need? What am I working towards? What's my why? And then understand, okay, if I'm looking at these different things, like Narina said, you've got the top 40 companies in the JSE. Sometimes you can even invest in certain sectors. So I can invest only in financial services, or I can invest only in mining companies. If you have sufficient information, and this is very important, if you have sufficient information to make an informed decision, then you start putting your own portfolio together. What do I understand about the top 40? These are the biggest companies in the JSE. So, relatively well-known, relatively, not quite as risky as the lesser-known companies. Also, again, T's and C's apply. Because we have seen some very big companies make very sudden and very scary moves. But the benefit then of having an ETF is in your basket. If that one single company is going through a tough time, that company will drop off and the next company comes and takes its place, right? So, in the same way, if for whatever reason, Unilever discontinues Sunlight, you're going to find something else to substitute. That's how the ETFs work. So very important to understand. When I look at my financial picture, I need to think, do I want to be investing in mining stocks? What's happening in the mining sector? And that also then starts bringing in the element of the education. Slowly and surely learning. And what I always like to tell people is, start somewhere, see how it works. Again, 6 months, give it 6 months or a year, and then see, okay, has this worked? What has influenced the growth or the decline in this particular ETF that I've tried out, or these ETFs that I've tried out, right? Because there's many. There's commodities, so you can invest directly in, gold and other commodities through ETFs. You can invest in bonds through ETFs. So bonds relatively lower risk than equities. So you need to understand, first of all, what do all of these asset classes mean? There are several. How are they impacted by certain things that happen in the market? And you're not going to figure that out in a week. I'm sorry, it takes a while, unless you're a finance student. But it takes a while. And give yourself, again, the opportunity to learn, right? Give yourself the opportunity to learn. And Adele mentioned tax-free investing. I love tax-free accounts because I believe the long-term, element of it. I like the fact that there are certain restrictions about it, but I also like the fact that it gives people a very efficient way, to Narina's point, a very efficient way, a tax-efficient way to enter the market, play around, and then save a bit of money from, SARS can't come at you, because investing in shares directly and in ETFs outside of a tax-free account, there's so many taxes that come with it: securities transfer tax, dividend withholding tax, interest tax, don't taxes, so many, right? But within a tax-free account, you actually you can focus almost solely on building your wealth, because then you don't have to worry about all of those tax implications. There are obviously those limitations: 36,000 Rand per annum cap, 500,000 Rand per lifetime or lifetime limit. So you do just need to be aware of that. And the other thing, sorry, I need to emphasize, it's 36,000 Rand across, like for you as an individual, not per account, right? So me as Dineo, it doesn't matter. I can have 20 tax-free accounts. Between those 20 accounts, I can only invest 36,000 across all of them. Okay, so very important
Thank
to
you,
note.
Dineo. I think lastly, what makes it important is that ETFs trade like ordinary shares on the exchange. So it's a click of the button. You have your account, buy and sell now. That's why I'm saying you can be flexible, get rid of your gold, as an example, ETF, bring in equity. That's important to note. And I think it's a very nice benefit around ETFs is that flexibility, that accessibility. We have very little time left. So the last question, and I'm going to start with Beyonce. What do you think would be an important tip for our audience here today that they need to consider? What would be like your golden nugget or two golden nuggets?
The first thing I've always said, investing is personal, right? Investing is personal, it's about you. So every decision, make it about you. Make sure it benefits you. Make sure you, at the end of the day, is what matters. Even if you're doing it for your child or you're doing it for a vacation, vacay maybe, I don't know. Whatever it is, you are what matters. Investing is personal. Do you understand? And the last thing, be patient, guys. Just like Dineo said, your Forex people on Instagram, no, stop it. You will lose your money. Be consistent. Somebody mentioned there's a debit order. You can use a debit order functionality so that you don't have to constantly remember, I have to put this 50 Rand in easy equities. Put a debit order, even if it's 10 Rand, because that 10 Rand will be 120 at the end of the year. Put 10 Rand. Start small and it will grow, right? So be committed and then be consistent. Please. I mean, if you start today, I want in the next 5 years for all these faces to be sitting here saying, I have now 3 million Rand. It will end in wealth.
Then maybe Dineo and then Narina can fit for us. Thank you.
So for me, first, just start. Just start. Start the reading, start the investing, start the research, start. I don't know who is a runner here, but whenever you started your running journey, you don't just get up trainers and you're like, today I'm going to do 10Ks, right? You start, you do a K, because halfway through that K, you want to die. And then 3 days later, you're trying to push to 2K, but your body's like, no, we're not there yet. But then in a week's time, you might be able to push to 2K. And then in a month's time, guess what? You're at 4, and then at 5. And then in a year's time, look at you. So it's a marathon runner, Obviously with investing, I'm sorry, it's not going to be that fast, but start where you are, start with what you have. Reading, investing, whatever it is. I think that's the most important thing. And please, respect your money enough to bring it to or give it or invest it with a reputable institution. We say it in jest, right? we say it in jest, but really, I've seen so many tears from, you see an Instagram post and you're like, whoa, my money, crypto, NFTs, what's that? And then you take your parents' money and your gogo's money and you put it in there. Please respect and honor your money enough to put enough research into where am I putting my money, who is responsible for it, who do I contact when things don't look right. Respect your money enough to give it to a reputable institution.
Thank you, Well done. Narina, coming into home base.
I'm going to end off with a kiss. Keep it simple, sister. This can be very overwhelming. We are at the point where there are now just about 180 exchange-traded products available on the JSE. That's almost as many shares as there are. It can be completely overwhelming. So how do you keep it simple? Open a tax-free investment account. Your very first investment, because we are talking a long-term investment here, your best investment is into equities, into companies. Top 40, top 50, there's a couple of them. It doesn't really matter which one you choose, really, whether it's Satrix top 40 or whether it's One Invest top 40 or Core Shares top 50. Just buy the biggest companies on the JSE as your first investment. When you're ready to make your second investment to add, as Danae was saying, into your basket, starting to build your portfolio, global shares, global companies. South Africa is less than 1% of the world in terms of the economy and the investment opportunity set. This is our home base, so this is definitely where we start with our investments. But your second one should be into that other 99% of the world. Core Shares has got the total world equity ETF, 9,000 companies with a single product that you buy. Keep it simple and then go on your learning journey. Never stop learning. We heard that message over and over again this morning. Never stop learning and learn through doing it. And the final thing I want to share to you today is probably going to be somewhat controversial. But I want to talk to you as an individual and how you measure your success. When will you feel that you are successful in your investment journey? And I'm going to say to you, the performance of your investments and the amount of money, the value of your investment portfolio is not a measure of your success. Don't look at the value and the performance of your investments, and if they've gone up, you think, I'm a rock star, I'm so cool, I'm so great. Because if it goes down, then you doubt yourself and you think, oh my goodness, I'm terrible at this, I'm so bad. What the market does, the market does. We don't have control over it. Measure your success through what you do have control over, which is what you put in, the amount that you put in, the consistency with which you put in, and stopping yourself from fiddling in your investments, waking up and seeing that something has fallen by 30% and then you want to withdraw your money. No. So at the end of every day, every week, every month, every year, if you can measure and determine that you've been consistent in making your investment contributions, that you've put your money in and that you've stuck to your plan and your strategy, you get a massive, big tick mark in terms of, I am a successful investor. Your performance, the value of your portfolio, that's a result. It'll come. If you do those right things consistently and correctly and keeping it simple, the success as measured traditionally will come. Don't make that the measure of your personal success. That's my story.
Thank you. Thank you, Leila. Such pearls of wisdom. Do we have any questions from the audience? Up front here. One back there. Oh, there's quite a few. The mics are coming.
Good afternoon. I hope it's afternoon. I'm Rhea Bezwe. So I have a question to say that can you use ETFs as a strategy to save for your retirement or pensions, or do you embark on a different plan?
Love it. Yes, you absolutely can. Going back to what I shared in terms of types of investor accounts, and I've spoken about the tax-free investment account, and we might be very familiar with sort of a normal or a discretionary or an ordinary investment account. Similarly, you can have a retirement annuity account also. And the ingredients, the things that you put inside of that investment can also be ETFs. The difference here is that as a regulated product, a retirement annuity fund, you as the investor typically will not be choosing which ETFs to go into it. It's a regulated environment, so there will be a fund manager and a board of trustees that will oversee what goes into that retirement annuity fund. But exactly these same benefits that we spoke about in terms of ETFs are applied very successfully in terms of retirement annuity. So you as the member or as the individual will open a retirement annuity account and you will select a portfolio maybe, and there will be a portfolio manager that actually manages that underlying investments. ETFSA has got the oldest ETF-based retirement annuity fund in South Africa. Next year will celebrate 10 years. So it's been done for many, many years, and it's today one of the largest independent retirement annuity funds. So yes, it absolutely can be done.
I saw a hand over there. There's one over there. Should we do 2, 3?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nomhle Msomi. As a, what do I call myself? A toddler investor. I just want to find out, being an investor, whether you're still coming in new or old, you continue to read about the industry that you're investing in, purely from a business point of view. You want to make money and you want to know which companies are making money out of the stock exchange. With the little reading that I've been doing, sometimes I get caught up in your analysis paralysis, I know some of you will relate to that. But I've been reading quite handsomely so about some of the companies that have been deregistered from the stock exchange, about 20%, if I'm not mistaken. That really got me worried because where I'm investing, I have not really received any communique to say maybe some of us have deregistered. So I just want to understand, what does it mean from an investor perspective? Thank you.
Maybe I could turn, or do you want to go first and I'll follow?
Okay, thank you. That was that was a very great question. So usually when companies are at the point of deregistering, they need to notify the JSE of the intention to deregister. And then the stockbroker that you use will generally also communicate with you. There are certain actions as an investor you would need to take, right, or as a shareholder that you need to take. So you do need to pay attention to the notices that you get, because usually if you're paying attention and you're invested in the company, you should be getting notifications about any corporate actions or anything that's happening with that business. So what I can say is, before you hear about it in the news, pay close attention to the notifications you get from the brokers that you're invested with. They should notify you when clients or companies have said that they plan on deregistering. The JSE sends announcements are basically the announcements about companies. So any activity that happens about companies, whether it's a director in that company selling or buying shares, it could be the smallest thing, it could be a big thing. But if it's materially important information that needs to be known in the market, that information will usually be sent out with the SENS announcements. So you need to keep a close eye. A lot of platforms do offer like watch lists, so you can create watch lists for the companies that you either are invested in or are interested in investing, and then you'll be able to get like notifications should there be any material differences or changes in those companies. So you don't have to wait for the news headlines.
Yeah, so the SENS is publicly available. It will be on many platforms, many websites. If you are a client of a broker, just make sure that they have your correct contact details as well, that they can notify you specifically directly if it's via your inbox as well. But like I said, SENS is publicly available, so it should be accessible everywhere. I hope that answers your question. Then I think we're running out of time. Just one, the lady back there. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. This whole day has been very inspiring. My name is Savannah, and I do not practice in finance. I'm in law, so this is a whole new world for me. The question I asked as a fellow toddler investor is, from my experience, I've noticed that generally men have the investment conversation more often, a dinner table conversation, whether they're about to go play, like watch a rugby game or what have you. And I've noticed that as females, that's not often the case, that we often shy away from speaking about investments, whether it's with someone we care about or with a random stranger. A practical tip I'd like to know from you all, is there any form of networking group? Is there any form of organization that I can come to once a month and we chat about investments and I learn from one another? Because I think it would be very valuable and it will hold us all accountable here to know we can all work together. If I meet once a month and I learn from you, you learn from me, and we all want to make money. So I'm sure we want to do it together.
Adele? That's a great question. So maybe I can jump in here. So I was in the same position probably about 15 years ago, fresh out of varsity, studied finance, investments, got it down, I thought. No idea where to start. I had a bunch of girlfriends, said, well, let's get together. Let's figure out this investing together. And we started an investment club. We're about 13 women, all walks of life, from finance, law, you name it. And we started to learn about investing through our monthly dinner clubs. Book club. Lots of wine involved. But we did learn. And every month we took a turn, actually. Each person was supposed to bring a product. We focused on ETFs. We said we're going to do ETFs because of the diversification benefit. This is the ETF I'd like to talk about this month. And we shared it. We did lots of email groups. We didn't have WhatsApp back then. We did email. And every person had to justify why they thought this particular ETF would do well in our portfolio. And that person then also got the opportunity to then make that transaction. So their turn would be to open up our investment account that we had under one member. She had the login details. She took turns, learned how to select the number of units, put in the price. I think we often did market price as opposed to putting a limit price. We put market price in, whatever the market was offering, and then you would buy. And that way you got exposure, you got practice around actually physically making that investment decision, jumping, taking the leap. Each of us did that turn on a monthly basis. As we got more savvy, we realized maybe we don't need to invest every month, because investing every month also means costs. Let's dial it down and maybe only invest every 6 months, as an example, saving on our cost. So we pulled our money on a 6 monthly basis and then made one big investment in that way. And that's how we learned. And it's all about the discipline. It's all about learning, graduating from toddler to teen to eventual grown up when we have it all figured out, right? And that would be a tip from my perspective.
So Adele, I'd just add to that. How many ladies are in a stock file here? Yeah. So that's leveling up the stock file, right? Essentially, that's what you guys. That's what you guys did, because your stock file is not going to give you interest on interest. So if you're really doing it, then Tutsoda. But online, just given the fact that tax-free investments were mentioned so much throughout today by yourself, Narina, by Dinero, Beyonce, as well as you and even Erica started off in the day. Adele, perhaps if you can take this question as well, really briefly. So when comparing the tax-free investments accounts, with the different providers, what should one look at?
So I think the tax-free accounts have evolved and developed so significantly that they've all become really low cost. But there's still a couple that maybe charge a fee. So being aware of that, if you, for instance, have an account with an existing stockbroker, an existing normal account, very often they also offer a tax-free savings account in addition, and usually that is cost-free. So I would say definitely cost is important. Accessibility as well. how easy I can access my tax-free savings account via app or online or whatever the case might be.
All right. Okay, perfect. Ladies, thanks so much. Round of applause. And so for the people that didn't get the opportunity to ask a question, we're going to network real soon. We're going to go grab a bite and maybe we can, yeah, you guys are open, right? Awesome. Guess what? It's prize giving time. So we'll just allow panelists to find their way to their seats. And can I ask Vuyo to come back and join me to do the things that can make the people to get their prize? Oh, am I for Vuyo? Right. Yes.
Thank you, ladies.
So I have to shake this to show, or it's fair. I've got a few friends in the room, so just to show. Perfect.
Lynette Johnson.
Oh, so stunning. So I think taking a picture with Lynette and Vuyo. Oh, okay, and me. We can do that. Okay, look at him. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Lynette, congratulations. And so I know you're like, where's your prize? Where's your prize? What you need to do is go to the JSE stand, leave your details, and they'll do the things. Thank you. And so that goes to all our prize winners. Your prize is here. It's at the JSE stand, right, with your details. So we've got another one. All right, so now the most active social media participant.
No, this is the AfriFocus Security Spa voucher.
All right, okay.
For the online participant. Please do send your details to the email address that's sent online. And the online winner is Mamushate Mamushate.
Yay!
Well done.
So to send the details online. All right.
Yeah, so Meryl has posted the email address. You just need to send your details.
Okay, perfect.
To redeem it.
And they get a spa voucher. Wow. What a wow. The next prize, I see it's 2,500. Yes. Are we, okay. Me draw. Ooh, she's going to be happy. And she's actually named Happiness. Ntabi Singh, where she's at, Raseroka. Woo! Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
All right, congratulations. Your details, JSE stand, Easy Equities. I feel like you need to be in the picture, girl. Beyonce's got you. All right. One more. All right, so there's more. All right, so you're not going anywhere. After. All right, so there's more.
And our online winner is Mushwewu Mamba.
Oh, that's so fantastic. So she also gets 2,500.
Yep.
Easy Equity voucher. It's a
My
nice
daughter
start.
say same.
Same.
Jessica, if you could just come up to announce the winner for the stand competition.
Am I on? Okay, we need to do this quickly because I was told I didn't have time. We're giving away 2 of these hampers, not like the ones you guys were winning that side. I get you guys were getting t-shirts. Some of you guys won. Yeah, this one has got nice things. Ne? So, the first one, I'm just going to pick a random number. What number is this? 26. Who's that? Who's 26? Are they here?
Do you need me to help?
Yeah.
Okay, so is it Primi or Mpumi?
Pumi Mgomezulu.
Oh,
there she is. Yeah.
Hello there, guys.
I don't have pockets.
There's
a voucher. Thank you so much.
Thanks, me.
Thank you. The next one is 53.
Hey, why Jahan Twena? Okay, no, I hear you. Because we didn't even get a picture with Pumi because you're just
Pumi,
rushing.
just go to Easy Equities, Nachon. Sorry, kind of bit my tongue. All right. So the last one is the big one. You will get a hamper, but you also get a 2-day stay. Wait. Whoa. You guys should know, Easy Equities also has Easy Properties, right? So you get to choose between Black Brick Cape Town or Monroe in Rosebank. You can go alone, you can vacay, you can staycay. It's up to you. Yeah. Anyway, and then and a 500 Rand Easy Equities voucher. There we go. So,
Chomi, does that include the flight to Cape Town? Just to verify.
No, Chomi, T's and C's apply. Okay. What did it? 42. Duma, where is she? Duma Mwenge. Where is she? She was here. She's gone.
Are we doing a Walala Wasala? Are we going to look for her?
You guys, they have voted. No, but you know what? I'll give Duma a voucher, Shane.
All
You
right.
need to know her,
All right.
We'll give her a voucher. Yeah, you guys are tough. 46. Prudence. Is it Prudence? Prudence Mukholola. There we go. 46. They are. Sorry, let's can I have that? Thank you so much. Okay, we'll take a picture with you naturally. You're a big winner.
Let's do it. Okay.
There we go. You going to Cape Town? Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Oh, wow. One more?
Few more.
Yeah, okay. Let's do this.
So this is a ETFSA voucher to the value of 1,000 Rand, and we need to do a draw.
Okay.
Yo, you guys are brutal. Walala wasala. Yo.
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
it goes.
Yeah,
Yes,
no. Dikele dikalaute.
Oh.
So shall we make an exception and have another price? Two prices? Okay, thank you
come
very
on
much
stage,
for
right?
allowing. Yeah, no. Negotiating.
Come on stage and take a picture.
And wait, another one.
No. And you, sir, please. It's Narina. It's Narina. Oh. Perfect.
All right, Tikeledi, no Tikeledi. I've hooked it up, girl. Hooked you up. Now another barrel there. Fifi, if you could do the honors.
There's hundreds of them. And so you're all not going to get a prize. It'll just be the one we pull out. I'm not quite sure how we're going to do this because...
Would you like to take the mic? The mic.
Thanks, Reddy. Right, here's a mic. So to make it fair, we're going to let Fifi pull her out of here. But it might be difficult to get to the bottom. So should we put it all? Should we pull it out?
Because I was going to take from the top.
Here we go. There's only two. Right? Okay. Here's some more.
You have to wait for all of them, isn't it, to make it fair? This kind of feels like an African wedding, except this is not money that's being.
Okay, so while Mike is littering on our premises, the winner for the ETFSA online winner is Tato Komape.
Right, well done. And we're going to pick, because there's so many of you here, we're going to pick 2 from here. Okay?
So I've got one.
You got one, okay. Will you pick one as well, Vuyo?
Oh, you're going to pick. Okay, great.
Okay, so let's have
you
2.
pick one, Fifi.
I've got one.
Right, let's read out the names. My name's not in there, by the way.
Vuyo Lee. Okay,
Girl, is
joking.
that you?
Well done, Vuyo. Hey, there we go.
Nomsango Beni.
Is Nomsa here? Oh, stunning.
Oh.
Congratulations, Nomsa.
Here's another very glamorous and lucky lady.
Let me go through them.
There we
Yes,
go.
and get in. Let's do this. Ooh. Okay. Well done.
Go to the
afterwards, okay.
ETF stand.
What? One more. One more.
Nomfundo. It's a common name. Wait for the surname. Wait for it. Wait for it. Vilagazi.
Vilagazi. Oh, yeah.
Oh, she's here.
There
She's
she
here.
is, right at the back. There she is.
Yay, girl. Show Mike Manje, who's going to pick up all these things on the
Thanks,
stage.
Nomfundo.
Well done, Nomfundo.
Well done, well done.
Well done. Oh.
Okay, here we go. And again over here.
Okay.
Well done, ladies.
Thank
all
you.
Winners. You're all winners today because you came here to this JSE SheInvests and you learnt a lot and we learnt about you and you can all potentially become clients of all of us, the stockbrokers, ETFSA, Easy Equities and so on. So we hope to have relationships with all of you going forward. Those who didn't win a prize, next year you're going to have a much better chance. And I'll bring my broom and clean up all the rubbish. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Right, next we have the JSE hamper. Mix it up a bit. The online winner is Katekani Minga.
Yay. Shoo, I was like, is this a Birkin bag?
And we need to draw a name.
Woo!
For
Do
the
we
person
really?
here.
Do we really?
It looks very nice.
It
hey?
looks stunning.
Oh.
Hey, boss bag.
Bulelwa Tieliti.
Yeah, well, Shoo. And then, please take a bit. Take a funny like Anjan. Sure, congratulations. Yeah, it's like you knew you were getting this outfit coordination.
Right, guys, we're halfway there. We'll be done soon. You remember Fifi said earlier on that the person who takes first post on social media taking the Guru Horn selfie. So we don't have a surname, but the winner is Etsipei T.
Hey,
well done, Sipei.
I feel like I honestly, I feel like I can say you get a bag, you get a bag. Congratulations. Girl, it's a rocking bag. Please come in the middle. Stunning.
Okay, big smiles. Here we go. Yep.
Oh.
Now, the next prize winner is for the most active social media winner. And guys, I think she deserves this. Okay, she started posting at 4 a.m. this morning. And she is here with her mother. So, Mama, also please do come on stage. Uleboheng Mphatho.
I'm not sure. I'm conflicted. She's giving it to her mom. Yeah.
Right. And the next, we've got the JIS hamper to the value of 1,000 rand. Fifi, you could do the honors and draw a name. The name of the online winner is Lizelle Bota.
And the name of the in-person winner, Carol Sitole. Oh, I'm scared for Carol, oh my God. I'm scared. Going once, going twice.
Brutal.
Makabo Munoa. Hey! Shoo. Woo. Your outfit is complete. Thank you. Come through.
Then we move on to Cetrix, where you receive a voucher of 1,000 rand. The online winner is Masirho Musaya.
Another draw.
And if you are still here, Lerato Mabitsela, come and get your prize.
She here?
Lerato.
Yo-yo.
Lerato.
Yo-yo.
Aye, yeah. 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 All right. Thandekan Titili. Congratulations, Mama.
So, so again, Tandeka, go to the JSE or the Satrix stand, the JSE stand. Give them your details. They'll give you your prize. Thanks, ma'am. Extending. So when you go to the JSE stand, once we're finished, give them your details and what's that set?
Thank you, Sister Tandeka. And then this is the big prize, ladies. I don't think it will get you a table at Konka, but it will still make you happy this Saturday, ne? Yeah. I see you know Konka.
I see you know Konka.
Right. So this is for the people who went to the stall. The winner who is here, and I hope she's still here, Fiona Moraka. Are you still here? Hi, Fiona.
Guys.
Oh, Fiona, you gave me a heart attack.
I'm here for Fiona.
Congratulations.
Stand in the
Stand
middle.
right here.
Congratulations. Okay.
You got people nearly excited there, Fiona. And for the online participant, congratulations, Monique van der Merwe.
We're done. Yeah. No, that was a lot of prizes. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we tidy it up? Yeah.
Because I need these. I promise to email people.
Oh, okay. This is data.
Okay.
Okay. But maybe I must. Hey, Chomi.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you. No problem.
All right. Okay, so we're about to finish. And we're going to hear now from our host to give us some nice closing remarks. And so when she was appointed the CEO of the JSE in 2019, I think, I saw this lady and I'm like, she's pretty. And then I read her background, PhD in economics and finance. In 2012, she won the best masters for an economics thesis in the country. I was like, she's pretty smart. And then I saw her on LinkedIn hanging from a mountain. And I saw the way that they took the picture. It was very high. There was so much room up there and so much room down. In fact, I got, you know, that thing where a fear of heights just looking at her picture. And I'm like, this woman is pretty fearless. And so if you don't know who our host is, I'd like to introduce Miss Leila Fourie, coming through on stage for closing remarks. She's pretty, you see.
No, thank you so much, Fifi. Thank you for that incredibly warm and very generous welcome. And hello, everybody. It is so awesome. Hi. It's so wonderful to see you all here in person and not on the other side of a screen. And actually, I want to say today, there are two stories that I want to share with you. And the first story I'll share is about me because Fifi made me look like I was very important and educated and all those things. And what Erica said in her speech about not having a degree, but yet she's so successful is really the most inspiring thing to me. And I want to tell you how I started dealing with fearlessness and how I became liberated and more independent. You won't believe the story. It may sound odd to you, but I grew up in a very normal home where my parents didn't have a lot of money and I had to work when I was at university. And I did a lot of studying, but I didn't look after my own financial independence. And I'm embarrassed to tell you this all, so please don't tell anybody else. I literally have not told people this. None of my staff will know it. But I got married very young when I was just over 20, actually. And I never opened my own bank account until I was, wait for it, 35. Please don't tell anyone. So I was on my husband of the time's bank account, and I started working for a bank. And the bank requires that you have your own bank account with that bank. And so for the first time, at 35 years old, I opened my own bank account. Now, let me tell you what that means to you. So if when I was 34, my husband, God forbid, passed away, or if I got divorced, it means I didn't have a credit record. That means that I can't go and get funding, I can't get credit, and I've got no financial history. So what I want to say to each one of you, and I can see there are people of great stature who have been around and a lot wiser, like Mama who came up with her daughter, and you've got much more experience, and it's never too late to start to learn. But importantly, it is never too early. So I want to call up onto stage two people. I want to call up Mbali. Mbali, where are you? And Itumeleng. Where is Itumeleng? So these girls are 14 and 16. 13. I'm getting the wrong ages here. 13 and 14. And here they are at a conference learning about finance. So remember, I was 35 and I knew nothing about a bank account. I actually became the managing director of credit card, believe it or not, when I started that bank, hilariously. And I got my own credit card then. But these two ladies, one of whom registered herself and came to this conference on her own. How amazing is that? I think these two ladies represent fearlessness at its best. Well done, girls. Well done. Well done. You can go down now. So at the JSE, it's very important for us to advance and to grow and develop women. We employ more than half of our staff are females. At the board level, 60% of our board are women. Now, bearing in mind that on average, we actually, believe it or not, won an award because all the companies that are listed on the exchange have 28% board members that are female. That was an award we're the highest in the emerging markets, which is quite shameful because that number should be 50%. We are 50% of the population, we're actually 51% of the population. So, and at an exco level, we have 80% of our executives are females. So today's conference is all about learning how to deal with fearlessness. And as Fifi mentioned, I have a very close relationship. Fear and I are second cousins. We work together. We work really well together because when I'm climbing those mountains and I look down, it can be quite fearful, and I've just got to trust, and I've got to back myself, and I've got to know that I can do it. And that is the truth for every single one of you in overcoming your fears. Women especially seem to build up such an anxiety. I was quite an anxious child, and I was very fearful of stepping out of line or being pointed out or not achieving, failing. We feel failure. We fear so many things. And a lot of that fear is created in our own heads. And for me, on the mountains, it's not the rock and the ice that I'm climbing, but it's the mountain in my mind. And each one of you are climbing your own mountains. You might be doing it with ballet shoes on, you might be doing it with a peak cap, or you may be doing it with the remote control in your hand, computers, whatever your thing is that you're doing. You have to do it with absolute confidence. If there's one thing that I wish I had when I grew up, I would have been so much more successful earlier, is to back myself, be confident, and not to allow that fear to overwhelm me. And the way that each one of you will be able to do that is to learn more about finances, make yourselves more independent. Why should you be dependent on others when you can make yourself more independent and you can manage your money? It doesn't matter how much you've got. It can be a small value or it can be a huge value, but you have to manage your money in a way that is not fearful and go out there and learn about how you can make your money grow. So I want to thank you all so much for coming here today. And I hope if you walk out of this room just with one new lesson, you are starting to overcome your fear, you're starting to build and grow yourself, and you will be a better person for it. I want to thank all of our speakers here today, and I'm just looking at my list because I'm nervous that I don't want to leave anybody out. So I know I can see Erica is right here, and I'm going to ask you all to stand up. I don't know if everybody's still here. Erica, Mbali, Nerushka, Darren, Narina, Jessica, Shameela. I know some of you have come and gone. Adele, and our very beautiful and amazing Fifi. Great. Thank you all so much. Thanks, ladies. Come and stand with me. And I hope that you've enjoyed yourselves, and may you go out and enjoy your life with just a little bit less fear than you had when you first came, because you know just a little bit more. And that's what it's all about. That's what I learned when I was climbing. Just incremental increases, just slow, short increases. Thank you all so much, and I wish you well. Have an absolutely awesome afternoon. Thank you, Fifi.